This is a two-threat game, and I ask the captain for a log, please.
Very well. Stardate 60002.7. The U.S.S. Achilles has begun its approach after less than a day of warp travel, after being summoned by temporal investigations. The crew are uncertain with all the new changes that have been happening, primarily coming from a new reality. And, well, everything seems different, but the same. Yet, as we're here, we hopefully should have the chance to readjust, relearn, and reforge our path going forward. All while trying to keep the bulk of the crew together. Let's hope not everything is too different. End log.
The Bridge of the Achilles. We go. Whoops, wrong music.
Wrong music.
There we go. And as you're warping along, Ensign Ven, your sensors pick up on long range the subspace transceiver signal of the Narendra station. However, your computer seems to be confused. It isn't sure that you're actually looking at Narendra station. Like, it's the correct size, it's in the correct spot, but it doesn't conform with what the computer has for Narendra station, like its configuration.
Okay. Can I run a quick comparative algorithm to see what the primary differences are?
Certainly, reason science, assisted by computers plus science, difficulty 1. Normally I take distance into account, but you just have so many other ways to verify this, and you're checking against the computer and all that stuff. Like, it's not like it's hiding itself. It's a space station. It's huge. It looks like 2 momentum was generated.
Yep. I don't get a free question because this is a computers thing, not a sensors thing.
Are those computers or are sensors that it fired?
Yeah.
Sensors or a tricorder.
Oh, okay.
You may go. Oh, if I can find it. Find your name. Ensign Ven. Ensign Ven, under special advisories, under interior group, you have a full understanding of what you are looking at. Also note that other contacts in the same system include several civilian freighters coming and going, which is normal for a Federation space station like this.
Interior group Narendra station.
Yep.
Neato. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna read this over.
Commander, have we had any further communications from our friends in Temporal?
Nothing that I've received, Captain.
I'm sure they'll get to us in time.
Thralic, you can give me reason plus command. Difficulty of 1 assisted by comms command of the ship, as at that very moment you are giving an update from Narendra station, as you've gotten a lot closer to their communications range, so it's a lot easier to talk to you.
All right.
Captain?
Yes, Ensign?
I'm noticing a few distinct differences between the Narendra station of our ship's database and the Narendra station we're seeing for us. Nothing too out of sorts, but enough that it tripped up the sensors. I've compiled the minor differences, and I'll make that available to you and...
Okay. Make it available to all the senior staff if possible. That way we can, if one of us misses something, the others can point it out.
Yes, sir.
Access is granted, I presume.
Yeah.
Reads a command if one.
Oh no, frolic.
1, 2, 3. So 2 momentum generated, but you do have a comp on the board.
Yeah, I'll quash the comp.
That was assisted by the ship, yeah.
Yeah, I've already run
It was.
Oh, okay.
it.
Starbase just helped out as well on their end.
Are you squashing with momentum?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get an update from that they expect you to go to section 11 on section 11 deck 60 for your temporal debrief, and they'd like you to dock up if possible because they want to inspect the ship.
We have directive on where to head on the station, Captain, and request to dock if at all possible.
Go ahead, follow any instructions they send. The sooner we meet with them, the sooner we can figure out how this is going to change.
Right.
Wait, so Narendra is basically different from how it used to be.
Like they rebuilt the thing from the ground up, says Shishir.
It's as if it's basically a forward operating base, no longer just a general purpose.
Well, that's likely due to the shifts.
When the crew gives Ven an eye, and then they continue their duties.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick read of the front part.
Well, they just straight out tossed the station can't fail now.
I believe so.
We can fill out some
Yeah,
things.
there's plenty. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a 14 in communications.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
a 6 in command and 8 in engineer. Damn. Yeah.
Yeah, stations be
Okay.
big. Yeah, well, with Utopial Planitia, stations get things based on their scale, I think, opposed to their date.
Yeah, so stations can get very beefy very quickly. And I'll
That's
highlight that it has the trait state of the art. This thing has everything of the 2383 era of technology. So hologram emitters across the station, improved power generation, and various other things like that. And you actually see that there are bits and pieces of the station that seem to have that the sensors don't quite pick up properly, which you would recognize as Tarkin type hull plating, meant to make long distance scanning hard to do. The only reason you guys even know to look there is because you guys know what an Ranger station's supposed to look like. But a person encountering the station would suddenly be surprised by certain things on it that weren't there before, or would be surprised at the last second. Like at long range, you didn't know it was armed. It looked like an unarmed station, but you know that it's supposed to be because that's standard issue for all star bases.
Well, while we can't confirm anything just yet, looking at the station, it's possible this area may be slightly more militarized than our version. So just keep that in mind and be careful how you proceed, everyone.
Hi, Captain.
We're getting directions to pull into docking bay beta, Captain.
Go ahead.
Approaching docking vector now. And the ship very slowly approaches the station, and the camera cuts away briefly as we look to some people going over to the windows nearest that where the big doors are and looking out, and they look surprised as they stare at the Achilles approaching into the dock. Internally, back on the bridge, Ven and Rylef, you note that your ship is being scanned several times. From various sources. The station's scanning you. The other ships in dock are scanning you. It seems some of the civil freighters are scanning you. Although the station's the one that's doing the most in-depth scan. Everyone else seems to be doing a more... almost like they're doing a verification scan. Like they're actually making sure you're there and you're not like some You're not some holographic mock-up. Like some people will try to fake that they look like a certain ship, but if you scan something intently, you see through the hologram.
If I were to guess by the way that Station and various other persons in this region are acting, the Achilles was lost in this reality.
Either that or the slightly odd quantum frequency that we have is screwing with everyone.
That shouldn't throw off that kind of disturbance.
And considering that we're reporting for a meeting with Temporal Affairs and they're expecting us to be slightly off chronologically, doing such scans is pretty reasonable.
Except for, as far as I'm aware, Ensign Ven, Temporal Affairs does not make their knowledge public, especially not to civilian freighters. The reason for everyone to be scanning us must be something that is common knowledge. A ship going missing fits that far more neatly than temporal affairs or an out-of-sync quantum signature. You have to be looking for that in the first place to find it.
I believe the Lieutenant is correct.
This is a reality that's more militarized than our own. The loss of a ship like the Achilles in this sector could be why the station is so much more military.
Well, if this reality did lose its Achilles, that just means I've defeated another one of my alternate selves.
That is, at the moment, only a guess, though it seems reasonable.
Well,
and then all of you feel a kertunk as the large reinforced docking clamps clamp onto the ship.
Yeah, just remember.
Well, they're making sure we can't get away.
Yeah, remember, this is gonna suck. They're gonna question us, and we've got to explain all of this. So, play nice. Hopefully, it won't go too poorly.
All systems transferred over to Narendra Control. We're docked.
Are they providing any instructions?
They have disembark instructions, forwarding them to you and the commander right now. She taps at her controls, and both normally when you dock up at the station, you're free to kind of come off the ship however you feel like, but when you're being summoned, you're usually ordered to come out a very particular, either beam to a particular transporter bay or come through a particular airlock, and they're giving you those instructions. But on a glance with no roll, you can tell that this isn't a prisoner a perp walk sort of thing. They're not it isn't like the icebreaker. The icebreaker had very strict ways how you left the ship. This is more of a softer version of similar instructions.
Yeah, this is they're not doing it publicly, but they're letting it know, we want you to exit here for us, please.
Yeah. It's more collaborative rather than authoritative.
Yeah.
We'd like you to come this way. That would make our lives easier. Please go this way, as opposed to you are going this way or you're being written up for insubordination. Like, whoa, okay, cool. You know.
We've cleared Maintenance Hall 17 for your specific usage.
Yeah.
Is that just for me and the commander, or is that for the entire crew?
For the entire crew.
Okay, I'll open comms to the ship.
Through one airlock?
There's certain airlocks, so like you wouldn't go out through airlock Zeta, but you would go through airlock Alpha, Beta, Delta, for example.
So they're
Oh,
like
okay,
5
that's
bucks.
But yeah, I'll just say it's Delta. So yeah, so I'll open comms to shipwide. This is Captain Pend. The ship is now docked with Narendra Station. All crew are to depart via... Oh my god, I've just said airlock Delta. Again, be advised, everyone. We'll probably be asked a lot of questions. Just play along and we should be good to go. Again, that's airlock Delta. Please don't cause any fights. Then cuts to comms. Well,
Shashir stands up from her post and heads off to the airlock. Various other people start leaving the ship. Some people hang around as part of the skeleton crew because they're supposed. Usually, a ship like this is manned until someone relieves them. So a handful of people kind of have to hang around. But
Yeah,
senior
you don't
staff are
want
allowed to
to
leave.
leave the super nuclear reactor, the warp reactor, unsupervised.
Yeah. It's like, technically, there's a guy in station ops that's monitoring it, but until another guy takes my place, I really shouldn't leave.
well, everyone, shall we?
Unfortunately.
Suppose so.
I mean, I can just order you all to get the hell off my ship, but I'd rather do this peacefully.
Ruff just hops the rail there.
Yeah, I was like, whoops, that's a railing.
Oh, no one's
Hop.
looking. I've always wanted to do this.
That railing's just a suggestion. It's about knee high.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, to be fair, I think I have vaulted that before in a combat
Yeah.
situation.
it's not like Starfleet has OSHA. That railing isn't there to keep yourself safe. That railing's there so that when you fall, you break your neck as well.
100% standing up, seeing that turbolift is absolutely full, and then just, nah.
Nah, I'm not going to a fully packed turbolift.
One of us.
Yeah.
One of us.
It's the worst one of them. Stay in a cramped
I know which
elevator.
one of you doesn't shower very often. I'm not getting in there.
Hey, I have to shower all the time. I work out a lot.
Oh, Captain, I can tell.
Is that an insult, Counselor, or a compliment?
Yes.
No, the beauty of a therapeutic dialogue is that everything we say can be viewed through a multitude of lenses.
New scene as each of you in turn. I assume no one's disobedient or delinquent in their reporting to temporal affairs.
No, but I do have a question.
I have an answer.
Okay, so last session, I was asked to do like a mental health check-in on all the members of the senior staff, and as I understood it, everyone complied except for Lieutenant Rylov.
Yes, he did try to duck you. Yeah.
Was I able to get him in, or did he dodge me until we got to Narendra Station?
I believe you guys had a roll off about this already.
Yeah,
You
got him.
no, she called. It was she would be able to track him down. I don't know if we ever said she actually cornered him yet, but she's fully able to do that.
Well, actually, slight flashback.
Oh, great.
Elevator trip's worse than that time I cornered Rylov in his apartment.
It's like the security center, or just like he's going to his quarters, and you're like, "Hi, I see you have a
Hi.
moment free." He's like, "Fuck."
Yeah, you learned that in his attempts to evade you, he cleverly avoided his quarters and the security office. and the Hoplite Center. But there is one of the industrial replomats, semi-industrial replomats on the ship. That's kind of out of the way, but it's something that security likes to use sometimes when they want to work on something. But it's general ship use. But you figured out that's where he's gone to. You puzzled out without asking the computer, because every time you asked the computer for something, he would learn about it. So you started having to outguess him and try to figure out where he's bound to go next. And you've narrowed it down to this particular replomat.
Okay. I would like to stand around a corner and wait for him and just pop up.
Mr. Elf, you kind of find the thing you were looking to replicate, some piece of evidence for some minor ship issue. It's like a fist fight or a disagreement between personnel. Nothing we need to worry too much about, but it was important to do. You did have to worry about it. And then you come out the door and, hey, look, the counselor's there.
You said replicate a piece of evidence?
Well, like a mock-up, so you can go like, what did it look like? Yeah. I'm not suggesting you'd falsify evidence. You don't work for Romulus anymore.
Oh, okay.
Certainly not. My word.
Got it. Okay.
Who do you think I am? Starfleet intelligence? Anyways.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't accept me, I don't think.
Yeah, Asa has, a somewhat sly smile on her face, and she's going to say, Lieutenant Rylop, it's so funny to catch you here. Would you be up for a quick chat?
Lieutenant Commander Asa, I'm currently in the middle of handling affairs regarding a minor altercation.
Oh, well, I won't interfere with that. I just need 10-ish minutes of your time. And Lieutenant, I will remind you, if you attempt to avoid this conversation one more time, I will mark you as insubordinate.
What is it, Commander?
Someone walks up to here, sees this conversation, turns around, goes this way.
Classic.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted privacy, you would have gone to my office, okay? This is last resort territory. But yeah, oh God, yeah, she wants to run through the same checklist she ran through with everyone else to make sure that, oh God, I don't know how to do psychoanalysis on the spot. It's
You're
not
doing it.
like,
You're doing a mental health evaluation, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm off the hook.
What you look at this ink blot? What do you make out of it?
Do you do it here in the hallway, or do you find like some other one of these side rooms to do it in?
I will do it wherever the lieutenant asks to do it.
You see, given Rylop's history, he actually does not care because to him it makes no difference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I
No,
don't get
as far as he's
nothing
concerned,
is.
it's like, oh, if we're in your office, it's still being recorded. So that's what I mean by makes no difference to him. That's just what he's used to. That's what he expects.
Insight or reason plus medicine difficulty 2. I don't get to yell at you, Asa, because the patient has withdrawn their wish to have this conversation privately. The guy's totally cool to talk about the stuff out in the open. All right, that's up to him.
Yeah, I mean, depending how little he actually says, but hey.
Computers plus medicine. And it would normally be difficulty 1 because you are the ship's counselor. However, he is inscrutable, so he's even if he doesn't mean to, he can't seem to help but be vague sometimes and obtuse about his answers. He does answer you, just never directly. You could say that you could infer that. Like I'm asking. You know what? I'm not.
That is one understanding of events. All right. Focusing psychiatry.
Yeah.
Permission to treat the witness as a hostile witness?
If you want to spend threat, go for it.
All right. Okay. It's difficulty 2. I have good insight, medicine, and to focus. Take 1 threat.
Start leading him along a bit.
Yeah, we can make this a walking session.
Oh,
I would suppose that, but would you suppose that at this very moment in this
So when
present time?
did you
Like I
stop
kind
beating your wife?
of, yeah, you nailed
Ooh.
it. Got some momentum out of it. 2 momentum out of it by my count.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it would seem that the patient exhibits no mental traumas, I believe. He's not suffering from no traumas to his mental psyche. He seems to have some persons might mistake his wariness as paranoia, and there's a certain level of paranoia, but you, after doing a research on Romulans, that's actually expected behavior for someone of his job.
Mhm.
If he was like a technician, it'd be weird, or if he was medical staff, being paranoid would be a little odd. But security personnel, yeah, they kind of trained him. It's almost a trained level of paranoia. Sort of like a Vulcan being especially calm. A Romulan security officer being paranoid is normal. Although you can tell that it does cut against him sometimes because he's in a low intrigue environment, so he might he'll
He
jump at stuff
sees
he doesn't need to
humans
jump
where
at.
they aren't there. Yeah. Okay. That's um am I
Um,
to am I to infer that he sees threats that aren't real?
not
This
to
would
the
be my
point
free
that it
counselor question.
um from time to time he's made erroneous assumptions on minimal information. That had that so to
just
translate that
numbers.
mechanically, paranoia has sometimes bit him in the butt. He's sometimes
Mhm,
rolled
mhm,
comps, and paranoia is the reason why bad things happened.
mhm. Okay. Then she's going to write some notes on her tricorder, and sign it to mark that the session is over, and she's going to say thank you for your time, Lieutenant Ryloth.
I will say, even if he isn't traumatized, he is upset because, his friend's dead. Apparently, allegedly.
Mm-hmm. Um, this is not. This
But
is
yeah,
not in
he's
order.
not. He won't
I
talk
do.
much about it. He won't volunteer information. But
It does seem
This
that
is
yeah, you
not
can.
an.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say this is not an order, um, Lieutenant. I would never want to order a patient like this, but we do offer grief counseling if you would find that valuable, I could provide such a service.
there is little I would have to say to someone who does not know Lieutenant Koval.
I'm not going to pretend that I knew her beyond a working relationship, but trust me, I felt lost before. I I I can be whatever you need to get through.
I will manage, Lieutenant Commander.
Understood. Um, nice day, Lieutenant.
Did she cut out?
She will. Oh, did I cut out?
She did. Is that just
Oh
me,
no,
or did she cut out?
broke up a
Um,
little bit, but I could hear.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just said if that's all, then have a good day, Lieutenant.
Good day, Lieutenant Commander.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, there's something I can add to that, which I can message you. It just depends if she would ask or not. So we can just message that on the side.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull this to a new scene as we jump back to the present. sometime after the some of the questioning that happened by Temporal Affairs, a lot of it was just verifying. Temporal Affairs' job isn't so much to be, at least in the present time period. Their job isn't so much to. They're trying to see if your time travel was necessary. Sometimes it is. But even if it is, they want it documented. They want to know everything. So it's a lot of informational. What happened next? Then what happened? Then what happened? Did you see anything like this? Are you sure? Did you? Then what happened? And it's just you're basically. It's almost like you have to go through your ship log from scratch. Like it's almost like they're verifying that your logs. All of you can tell. It's almost like they're making sure no one falsified the records on the logs or left something out, or did anything hinky. The person who gets the most questioning, most of you kind of are in and out fairly quickly. Well, as quickly as one can be for Temple Affairs. Like your whole day is almost basically eaten by talking to these people, because you are talking to, you're all talked to at length about what happened over the last year. But the person who, some of you kind of ran into each other here or there. The one person who's still being talked to is Ensign Ven, which probably makes sense. But we'll get to that scene later. But a good chunk of the senior staff were approached first, mainly because you had the most to impart, but also because, frankly, you will likely, unless you're on administrative leave, you're still serving Starfleet officers, and Starfleet has need of your services. So before Pend and Thralic even got their feet under them, like you just found out, you both kind of came out of your meeting. You're being summoned by the station adjutant. If I can get his name, Commander Ardrin.
Ardrin.
Oh no, you never met this person in your reality.
I mean, even if we did, I probably would have forgotten. Commander. We have been summoned to speak to someone else very important today. Aren't we so...
Oh, sorry. You guys are in the hallway at the moment? I was just seeing if you two were saying anything to each other before you went in, or...
Yeah, well...
The name doesn't ring a bell for me, Captain. Anything for you? Definitely not the commander last we checked, but... Anybody you've run into before?
No, not that I remember. Like I said, for me, from here it would have been Lesix. At least us two, we get to meet all the very important people today, so that's a bonus.
Right.
After you.
The two of you see a Trill commander. Captain, Commander.
Commander.
I am here on behalf of Rear Admiral Harmon Grennan.
Ooh, it's still
we
Grennan.
have need of the...
Ooh, it's still Grennan. Okay.
Yes, right. Arden just gives you a look, like, there's a look on his face like he was going to say something, and then he bit it back, like he thought better of it.
Oh, if you've got something to say, Commander, please.
I don't think that'd be very responsible of me, sir. We should focus on the mission. If that's all right with you, sirs.
That sounds perfectly satisfactory, Commander.
Good. Would you do like a seat or?
Certainly.
Sure. I'll just whisper to Thralic. This one hasn't got as much bite as Lesix.
Right. Okay. So
Thralic will notably not respond. but Pend, you grew up around Andorians. Her antenna do kind of twitch in your direction, like, yes, I'm acknowledging you. No, I'm not responding to you.
Yeah, you want to laugh, but I'm not going to.
You note that the commander doesn't sit. He kind of like there's a chair for his behind the desk, but you see he stays standing. And he taps at a console behind him. We have two problems at the moment that require rather immediate attention. normally, given your temporal entanglements, we would keep the Achilles at dock for at least a month, but at the moment, you're the only ship we have available to attend to the variety of matters. So, best to make use of the resources we have. So, the first thing I wish to bring to your attention is this message. If I could just pull it up. Bear with me a moment. You kind of came at a time I wasn't quite expecting. But, So, a little while ago, we got, well, very recently, around the same time that you called us, we suddenly got a message dated to a particular stardate, stardate 59547.958. It seems that a lost ship, the U.S.S. Shangri-La, has noted a distress call deep in the Shackleton. So now, a distress call on its own wouldn't be enough to pull the Achilles into this matter, given your entanglements. However, the signal is coming from here. Quite deep in the corewards regions of the Shackleton Expanse.
That's definitely some distance.
Normally, in such a situation, we would send out our patrol or logistical vessel for the interior to head out to them. Unfortunately, they are tied down to other matters, which I'll get into in a moment. But the Achilles is still rated, according to the records, as a ship capable of, just verifying, feel free to correct me, of course, you can achieve a maximum cruise of 9.97598 if you're given an hour to burn. And additionally, I'm on the understanding that or the admirals have the understanding that you are capable of, or rather familiar with, the Shackleton's navigational hazards.
Yes, we've encountered them before. In the future, we've encountered them before.
So, given the fact that, well, as it stands now, the admiral's already going to be lectured by the Ministry of Temporal Affairs, or the Department of Temporal Affairs, rather. So, as the admiral would say, in for a penny, in for a pound. We are authorizing the usage of relative temporal adjustment for the Achilles to not only warp quickly to the location, but to time travel a little bit backward in time to rescue the Shangri-La. This has the Admiral Grennan will be taking full responsibility for this, of course. So that is one issue that we require the Achilles to do as quickly as possible. Secondarily, we do have a local issue here in the sector that requires your assistance. Taps at the screen some more. Here in the Narendra sector, there is you may or may not be familiar with the system known as the Federation system Pinnacle. And at this point, you both can roll Reason plus Con difficulty of 2. You might remember. It's not a place either of you would have gone all that often, likely, because it's not a big Federation world that's in the Narendra sector.
I've got a medal to reduce con task by 1 to a difficulty of 1, so I'm going to use that. Mental prowess.
Sure, you might be able to recall one star system out of millions that exist within the Federation.
Yeah, I'll just roll 2 dice, a diff 1. I don't remember shit.
I was gonna ask if I could assist you, but I guess not.
Comp on the table, leaving it alone.
I've got I'll suspend a medal to create two and squash.
Don't to create two. Aren't you required to succeed first?
Yeah.
It's the Medal of Honor.
There's 2 medals.
Oh yeah, I've also got the one where you can just squash a comp.
Ah, well,
Yeah,
using that one.
I've got
Still
2
have to
fucking
be on a
minutes.
successful task.
Does it?
Yeah, the one that just squashes outright's the same one that lets you dodge injuries, whereas Medal of Honor gets you create 2 momentum if you succeed on something. So you're using the injury medal basically.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, you have no sweet clue.
It happens.
I'll spend 1 for a 3rd die, 1 momentum here. Would a strategy and tactics focus help here?
Let me look up the planet again. I would say so.
All right. Okay, so this one may or may not work, depending on the geography of the planet. Would extraordinary climber as a trait help here?
Yes.
Cool. I'll take the hit. And roll 3. That's 3 hits on a div 2. Generate momentum back.
Well, I don't remember off the top of my head. Thralic, you any ideas?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Say class L world. If I recall, theocratic in nature and government. On the colder side, pretty pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Protected by under 3rd committee authorization and has deuterium resources.
Oh, that's cool.
Great mountain ranges.
Interesting.
Yeah, all across the southern continent.
Well, of course you'd remember it then.
Yes. Well, it seems that there's a diplomatic and interpower incident brewing. We have gotten, or rather, I have gotten a request from our fleet liaison, La Tara, daughter of Thon, who has alerted us that apparently one of their one of the merchant captains of House of Gitta has run afoul of local law enforcement. And is requesting Starfleet assistance with the legal matter, which I will highlight to you is exceptionally strange. Normally, Pinnacle and other protected planets usually will turn to us to assist with the other powers, rather than the other powers wanting us to intervene. Especially House of Gitta, who are one to request their Klingon brethren to assert the matter. But given that it's a Federation world, or a Federation protected world, rather, I don't have hard evidence, but I suspect something rather odd is going on Pinnacle. If for the Klingons to be asking us for help, but the Pinnacleites to leave us out of the loop. We could leave this for one of our other ships to attend to, but I believe it may behoove us that with with the Achilles' sterling reputation with House of Gitta, as well as some existing familiarity with the region, it would behoove us to send a small away team over to Pinnacle to help adjudicate and investigate the matter.
Right. A priority on this mission?
I'd put it on the priority 3 list. That's how I got authorization to pull yourselves into this particular mission. Not enough for us to mobilize the entirety of the Shackleton Theater, but enough that we should send somebody to deal with it.
Right.
We can probably do both of those tasks.
Well, I presumed you could. I mean, if the ship is large as yours, I imagine some redistribution of resources may be of help to us, and as well with the presuming the rescue of the Shangri-La goes well, we can send the Kuptana to meet you some part of the way to assist with the matter, so that way we can get you back home as quickly as possible.
Penn just looks at Thralic for a second and goes, I enjoy the fact we've just been told we're naughty children for playing with time, and we've just been told to go play with time again to go rescue a ship.
It's all about what's authorized, Captain.
Yes, authorized. Well, yeah, Commander, we can do both of those tasks.
Very good. Here he hands you both pads. Here are the written orders for both of them. They'll be started on both of them will be started on each pad, just to save time, with all the relevant briefings. Feel free to brief at your leisure, of course. And if you have any questions, call me. Or anything to do with the Shangri-La, call me about it. If you want to get further information, it might be more prudent to speak with La Tara. She has more familiarity with the Klingon merchant fleet in the region than I do. But if you wish to speak with me about it, I'll of course assist you. It's my job, so. Yeah. Thank you very much, Captain, Commander. I have nothing else to brief at this moment.
I have a quick question, GM.
Sure.
Would the commander here be the right person to talk to about procedures I want to put in place temporarily for the Achilles computer systems in relation to data syncing to Narendra? Or would that be someone doing engineering on Narendra?
Say it again. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Basically, we obviously want to have our computer systems synced up, because that's a thing you do whenever you're at a starbase.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be beneficial if we also still had access to our old computer data, which might be drastically changed by a sync. So.
Of the people you could, and an admiral's adjutant can do that because they're kind of the go-between between the ships and other admiral resources, like the station. So he's not the direct person to talk to, but he's a good person to talk to because he can do the running around part of it, so you don't have to do all the paperwork. That's what he's for.
Right. Then I'll say, excellent. Commander, if I can have a brief word with you.
Certainly, Commander.
And I'll just nod to the captain like,
Oh, don't mind me. I'll leave you two to have a nice, fun discussion. I know when I'm not wanted.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I hope I didn't hurt his feelings.
Sometimes.
I'm just messing with him.
No, he's messing with you.
Oh.
Yeah. Regarding the Achilles computer banks, I'd like to set up a level 4 database storage for our current records. before we do our full data sync with Narendra Station?
We will be. We've already taken a data dump of your ship's computer, Commander. At this time, I'm afraid that until the new Vice Admiral is installed, I can't. I don't think that you will be getting access to alternate Achilles computer resources. But the rest of Memory Alpha, you would be authorized to, of course.
Understood, Commander. I mainly just want to make sure our current data is still accessible and not completely overwritten by a Memory Alpha redump.
No, Commander. We've made sure to contain and isolate the relevant data for everyone's safety involved.
Good.
He
Glad
tucks
to
at
hear
his
it.
uniform, uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Someone with a background in security? Yeah, exactly. I'm glad to hear it. Well then, nothing else from me. I'll nod. You know, we're both commanders, so.
Commander.
Yes.
What I mean to say is, well, I shouldn't ask. Sorry to bother you. Have a nice day, Commander. He practically flees to behind his desk and finds something very interesting on his computer.
Yeah, like Trolloc will pause just briefly and then nod and head out. Now, is the captain just waiting outside? Because that would be fantastic.
Yes.
Cool.
I purposely left just to mess with him.
Yeah, alright, so I'll step outside and say, well, that went about as expected.
What's your take on this, Commander?
There's something we don't know yet. And he knows it.
Are we thinking it's the this version's Achilles may have been destroyed, or are we thinking something's clearly off, but no one wants to say it, which is annoying?
I'm gonna do that effect. Anyways, shall we walk, Captain?
We shall. We must inform our crew that we have 2 missions to do immediately after being slapped on the wrist and being told naughty.
To be fair, sir, I believe it was more along the lines of, what exactly did you do? Don't do that again.
Yeah, that's what the slap on the wrist is for.
Ah, of course.
If they were really angry, they wouldn't let us on the ship again.
Yes, we've had that happen.
Yeah, we have. Well, let's see how this one goes, and see if we can find out why everyone's on eggshells.
Yes. We won't be getting access to previous Achilles data logs. I can say that much.
Oh, that's... Oh, I just thought of a problem.
How serious of a problem?
I don't know if this version of the Achilles had a separated chamber for a quantum phase entity. Well, that's a problem for me in the future. And he just starts walking off.
Well, stops walking for a second and then rushes to catch up to continue regular ship's business, you know?
And new scene. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. Some of you have been in this room before. Actually, I don't think any of your characters have been here. Step back.
Yeah, we've only had supporting characters there before, I believe. Or no. No. I think isn't that the bar where Pend proposed?
It was, because it was over here.
Yeah, it was over there. And I was sitting awkwardly over here.
Oh, isn't this also where the Romulan senator came in? And
Yeah.
we met Laura. Yeah.
We were more zoomed in on the room, but I'm pretty sure it was the same room.
I think it was rotated. I'm pretty sure it was like
Hmm.
like that instead.
Yeah,
it could've
was
been, could've been.
90'd.
Ensign.
Yeah, they, between seasons 1 and 2, they kind of rearranged the sets which changed how the camera angles worked. It's the whole thing.
They
The
they
fans
changed
wrote
which
many
wall was the
articles
fourth
about it.
wall.
Yeah, they changed which wall was the fourth one.
Even worse than that, they did it at the end of season 1, not the start of season 2.
Oh. It's
So,
because
like, the
they
last
filmed part.
episode.
Yeah, it was like the last episode was actually a two-parter, and they filmed them at the same time. They wanted that continuity.
Oh yeah.
Ensign Ven, Insight plus Command or Security, difficulty 3. As you go, one thing that's without even rolling strikes you as odd is that your interrogation takes way longer, and they ask you different questions. That's for free. Whether you succeed or not, you know they kept you longer than is because you were fresh out of school. You do know that there's a certain amount of time temporal investigations always talks to people. Like there's a minimum, like legislated amount, a minimum amount of time they have to talk to you to verify your story. Even if you're tangential, it's
Yeah.
like just in case, spend this many hours talking to this person. Okay, why? It's important. Precisely this amount of time minimum. Okay. Not sure why that's
Why
so
is that
important,
important?
but it's important to somebody.
Why is that important? We don't actually
Um,
know yet. It's important.
will I get different information if I regarding empath?
That will color my answers.
Okay.
Definitely. I can give you a bit more of an emotional color to it.
Okay. One momentum. Nope. That's just gonna stand.
The only thing The only thing I'll tell you is that there were temporal investigations people, just so you know, are civilian people. Like they're not Starfleet. They're guys in suits and badges. Like they have a badge in their pocket, sort of thing. But they're not Starfleet, which is intentional. It's meant to. They're meant as an oversight body for Starfleet in that sense, and a documentary body, frankly. What did you do? No, please explain to us exactly what you did, because we have to write this all down. Please don't lie to us. It's 1, against the law, and 2, counterproductive. It completely negates why we exist. But you get the sense, empathy-wise, that there was a third person, and they were Starfleet. But their mind was very guarded. Like it's one of those things where even if you have a guarded mind, like say a Ferengi who is naturally guarded, like they can't help it, it's a biological thing. You can still sense a Ferengi exists. A Ferengi is here is all you would get, and everything else is just white noise. You'd hear nothing. Same with this guy, except it wasn't a Ferengi. It's someone. This was someone who was a non-psionic person who was trained to guard their mind. And they were near the room, and you could tell that they were literally like through that wall. Like you could feel their presence. Otherwise, they'll let you go. You're informed to, speak with your medical officer if anything strange happens. If there's anything else that occurs to you, please report it. Here's our card. If you can think of anything else, call us. Yada 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 yada. Like the investigators are very blasé about it, except they're very blasé despite the fact they were questioning you longer than you think was absolutely necessary. It's almost like they were trying to keep you there. Yeah, you do know that the rest of the crew are supposed to meet up at one of the docking lounges. Apparently, the captain and commander need to speak with everyone about something.
Okay.
And you're the senior science officer still, so you know. Oh, and you are informed that for the next until the vice admiral is installed, you are acting ensign Ven, but how your captain and crew address you is ship's business, but as far as Starfleet Command's concerned, you're acting until the Vice Admiral gets here and verifies your rank, legally speaking. But they say they wouldn't worry about it. Unless your captain reneges on it, there's no reason for Starfleet Command to do that. So, especially because they have a full log of your achievements and your tests and your exams. Like, you still took all of them on Achilles, because Achilles was your school, so all your, like, records are there. It's like, oh, well... and even the test you did on Narendra Station, well, you got a copy of that with you because that's part of your exam. Yeah. So, hooray!
Yay! Ven is going to walk into the lounge.
I don't know what this lounge is. It's just a replimat, so there's no bar. There's replicators in the wall. And this is the dock closest to. So when you look out this window, you see that you would actually not the star field that's shown there, but you're looking into the dock and looking down at the Achilles. Like, this is the dock. This is the area meant to get you into the Achilles.
All right.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm definitely looking out the window.
You see work bees swarming all over your ship, scanning it with very precise tools. Although you notice that as you've been told to, as you watch longer, you see a lot more of them are peeling off, which your engineering eye would catch. It seems like they must be making the ship ready to leave, and you don't leave worker bees on a ship if it's going to leave anytime soon. A couple are hanging around still to keep doing whatever it is they're doing, but they're probably going to stop whatever scan they were doing.
They're getting ready to stop, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I wonder how their interviews went.
We'll find out, I suppose. Perhaps we won't.
Oh. Everyone? No Shishre?
She eventually comes in one second.
Okay.
Because she's the chief flight, so she'd definitely be coming. I will say this is something that Ryloff, Thralic, and Penn would be told. Shishre is on Starfleet security probation. So if she commits any violation, she essentially would have the equivalent of 5 reprimand just the minute she got back. It's like, nope, we're keeping an eye on you, and that's her payment. Is just she's being watched for a while. Which this Shishre is perfectly fine with that. She's not gonna do any reality shaping, nor does she intend to anymore, because that didn't work out last time. So
you get one parking ticket and you're out of here, bucko.
Yeah.
Well, glad to see the senior staff has assembled. We have been given fun missions to achieve.
Ven looks out the window at the Achilles that still seems very much being worked on.
Yeah.
Are
100 golf carts swarming all over your ship. It's kind of striking.
Yeah, like
you should have seen it. You should have seen it about 5 minutes ago. They had 300.
Oh, god damn it! I won't be able to see them as anything else now.
They are. They're just golf carts.
They're about the same size.
Yellow golf carts.
Yellow golf carts. And they're not even environmentally sealed. They're not work capable. They're just little suits that help people in spacesuits zip around.
They're basically mech suits.
Yeah.
Wait,
They're
so you don't have environment inside? It's all
They
closed?
can be closed, but generally you're supposed to be able to get out and work with stuff. Like you can use the arms of it, but you're supposed to be able to get out really quickly. You
Okay,
you
well,
yourself are supposed to be in a suit the whole time
Yeah,
you're
It's a
in
like,
maintenance taxi.
They're like
Yeah.
jet skis, or like NASA. That's a bad example. They're like you know, in like a Subnautica, or like someone who goes underwater, where they have like the little propeller torpedo thing that helps them move along quicker.
Yeah.
Mhm. Except they can move at speed.
Well, they can move at least 1/4 impulse if you really try hard. Like we're
Yeah, 1/4 impulse is fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to humans, you can go 1/1 millionth impulse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
because
generous.
full impulse is like 20% the speed of light.
Yeah.
That
So.
is cheek rattling speed.
Yeah. You
Hey,
can
are there
go a
inertial
quarter of
dampers in
that.
this thing? How big do you think a work bee is? Oh, yeah, don't go that fast if you don't have to, Ensign. But sometimes you do.
Yeah, like there's inertial dampeners. They aren't that good though.
Yeah.
You think there's like an Academy ribbon for a worker bee race?
Yeah,
Oh, there'd have to be, yeah.
definitely.
No, what you do is you take a worker bee and you soup it up to race it.
Yeah, but there's like
Card.
strict limits on how much you can soup it up and with what.
So that's why
Yeah,
Arlen didn't come
we
first
spin them
place.
around 3 times and we give them some Romulan ale, and then they can work on the worker bee.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well,
That was good.
This is probably a thing, and Arlen probably did it in the academy.
That's why he's still a lieutenant. No, that Black Mark just lives with him. Those street racing days are over.
Hey, it can't be street racing if it's not on a street. It's space racing.
Somehow Starfleet Command doesn't agree with you.
Hey, those space lanes were clear when we were flying through them, okay?
We had people with flags. It was fine.
They were in spacesuits standing on asteroids.
This is a little guy just waving a flag.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sure looks to Captain Penn and Thralic and just nods at them. You can tell from her antennae she doesn't seem all that. The two of you can tell that she's not very dejected. It's one of those. The punishment that came at the probation is, she knows she got off light. Like she could have been pulled, but they didn't. Mainly because you guys didn't pull her. That's why they didn't yank her too hard, because you two didn't yell at her too much. You two didn't brig her immediately. It's like, no, we think she can keep going. We're gonna be watching you for a while, but otherwise, fine. We'll watch you for a while. We'll take your commanding officer's lead on this.
Well, myself and the commander have been given 2 very fun missions, of which they initially didn't want to send us out, but they kind of have no choice. So, yeah, one of them is going to let us mess with the time. Go back in time a little bit again.
What?
Again? What?
How much in time?
Not a huge amount. Basically, what it comes down to, the first mission that was handed to us, as he'll probably hand out a few pads to people, is there's been a distress beacon sent out from a U.S.S. Shangri-La. Apparently it's been missing. As we're the only one in the area who can get there at high speed, they also want us to travel back in time a little bit to reach them quickly.
How do they suppose we can travel in time?
Have you heard of a star?
I believe there are some more specifics on the maneuver captain.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only a 41-day shift. It's actually fairly simple and from temporal jumping terms, and the Achilles can easily do that maneuver,
Done it a few
especially with
times.
stars that we know about.
Wait, you want to do the slingshot?
Well,
Yeah.
We don't have the temporal drive like the Victoria. They're the only ones with one, and I don't think we can install one of their Endercool drives anyway. We're too big. Or we'd have basically rebuild the entire engineering block, which she shrugs. Like, I don't think that's happening, sort of look.
We could, but we're also on a time crunch on that one, so maybe not yet.
I just pray for the day in which we receive a mission that does not involve time travel.
Well, that day has come. We have a second mission, Commander.
Oh, more work. Extracurricular non-time travel work.
Commander, would you like to explain our second mission to the group?
Certainly. The Klingons, House Supita specifically, have asked us to help mediate on... Jim, what was the name of the planet? I got all the other information, but I didn't actually get the name.
Pinnacle.
To help mediate on Pinnacle, a Class L world with a monotheistic dynastic theocracy, the Federation of Veiled Jackals, classed as a Federation-protected world under Third Committee authorization.
Weird for a Third Committee world to be within so deep in our space. That's usually something we do with new worlds or something like that, or particularly weak species or someone we're at war with.
Out of character, Third Committee, they're the group that Myth was with, the one who deal with like minorities and repressed groups and such.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Fifth Committee.
No. Third.
You might be. You're gonna make me double check now.
I'm pretty sure Myth was with the Fifth Committee.
3 sounds right, but
Yeah, 3 sounded right, but I don't. Could be wrong.
It's Third Committee. Fifth Committee's budgetary affairs, funding, and
The fact is, I'm sorry.
This is a Fifth Committee world.
The fact that there's up to 5 committees is too many committees.
This is a democracy pen. There's so many committees.
I don't have to lie.
Just
don't
to
even
handle
get us
the
started
number
on
of
the
committees that we have.
subcommittees.
Oh yeah, the subcommittee. There's subcommittees on this. Myth was on a subcommittee of the Third Committee related to AI rights.
Yes.
But anyway.
Yes, I was under the impression the Third Committee mostly worked within Federation space. This seems a little out into the woods for them.
According to
believe
the nav readings, it's not very far from us. It's right in this Narendra neck between the Shackleton and the Klingons. I mean, this has been Federation space for, I don't know, about 100 years or so, maybe a bit more. Well, a little less, arguably. Depends who you talk to.
Well, don't trust that information too much. Everything's different.
If you're not at that, that's not wrong, no.
So, how long until they're gonna let us depart?
Essentially, when we're good to go.
As soon as we receive authorization.
Really, that's all. A drilling by a couple bureaucrats and a routine scan by some drones, and we're back in service.
I think Starfleet's going to be keeping a close eye on us.
The way I see it, trust is binary. Either you trust someone or you don't.
I found somewhat the opposite to be the case, Counselor. There can be a lot of shades of grey.
Yes, my time with 31 would agree with Thralic. Wait, was I in 31 in this timeline?
Didn't tell you, Pent. They won't even let us look at my old records.
Wait, am I the
Achilles
head of the
is-
clan?
I haven't
That
bothered to
information
check.
at least should be available through Memory Alpha.
I'm just gonna look up. Am I still the head of Conscious?
That file is classified to Starfleet Command Admiralty level.
Wait, what?
I
That's
looked it up
that's the
last
Andorian
session
internal
and I got-
politics.
You see, the thing is, I looked up my file
And what did your
before
mother
we arrived
do in
here,
this
and it was
timeline?
not classified, so that is very recent. Unless,
And
you know,
the
I'm
fi-
still
the
on-
file-
To unperson all of us.
The file on Clan Shishishrir is entirely classified. The entire
What
clan's
did your
classified.
mother do in this timeline, Pend?
I mean, was I raised by... Was that... It's possible we weren't even raised together, Zala, in this timeline.
Maybe you were raised by Vulcans
Oh.
instead. You learned a sense of humor.
No, that doesn't sound right.
It might be prudent to commission personnel reports of our alternate selves if we are going to be playing their part.
I'm afraid for now all Achilles records from this timeline or reality are sealed to us. We have access to our own ship's logs and our own computers, but anything regarding this timeline will remain at the discretion of the Vice Admiral once they arrive.
Are we in the Kelvin timeline?
Oh no.
Oh, quick! Are they
No,
wind
we will
screens
see
or
lens
bridge
flares.
windows?
They're wearing the good guy
Where's the lens
uniforms.
flare?
The lens flare.
Oh god, the lens flare!
Well, no matter what these changes are, we are still officers. We have been given multiple jobs. So I suggest we do these jobs, and hopefully that'll ingratiate ourselves with the higher ups and hopefully reduce some of the suspicion against us.
I agree with the captain. Time being, our duties don't conflict with any standing directives we would have had before this shift. We're rescuing a ship in distress, and we're offering mediation services. Those are both things that the Achilles should be well capable and comfortable doing. The specifics of our arrival here and the particulars of what that will look like going forward can be sorted out as they need to be.
Insight medicine or command difficulty 2 for Counselor Aza.
Okay. Question: Does
Yeah.
the answer change depending on which discipline I use?
It does, yes. It colors colors the answer.
Okay. Do any of my focuses apply?
All of them. No.
Hand facers. This is quite the psychoanalysis.
Watch my notes. Hold on. There we go. Empathy.
Empathy. Okay. Medicine is my home turf, so you might as well go with medicine. On your 15, so take one threat. Uh-oh. That should clear the reroll.
It occurs to you, Counselor, as this conversation is going on and you're thinking about why the levels of trust and that sort of thing, and you have some free time to kind of ponder. There's a field of Starfleet medicine. It's not one of your specialties, but it's something you've had to become more familiar with than you probably ever wanted to in your career. And and that is the study of parapsychology. That is to say, the psionic or supernatural or strange or otherwise strange psychology. So
Mhm.
mind melds, all that sort of
Wackos.
stuff. Huh?
I said wackos.
Tinfoil hats.
Sorted
But
cranberry. Anyways.
and it's also the sort of science that gets a little uncomfortable for a Bajoran, because that's where they start like quantifying the levels of hyperspace reality on which the wormhole aliens persist. Like it's like to them it's a science, to you it's a faith. You know, it's not a comfortable conversation. But it feels like they are. You are under observation. It's almost like they're making sure that you are who you say you are. And if anything's to be believed during a parapsychological evaluation like this, they want you to be operating as normal, and they're probably going to check your computers when you get back. If you do something weird, it's very likely that a nearby ship is going to be suspiciously close enough to come to your aid. And read as if they think you're a mirror ship, there's going to be a ship nearby that can try to neutralize the Achilles. But otherwise, but they also have a medical. It's usually a crisis and emergency vessel that's meant to help if it's like if you're all brainwashed people and you're not actually who you say you are. It's like, okay, well we can come here and help you, but for now we're just gonna observe you because you seem to be who you say you are. But parapsychology says don't believe everything your eyes tell you.
Yeah.
The eyes can be lied to.
I'm picturing like she's like for a moment, like the camera kind of like fades the noise of the conversation away, and you get in like a zoom in on Asa as she like takes another sip of her drink, and then like furrows her brow, and then like she puts all the pieces together, and then she's about to say, "Oh, Captain, I figured it out," and then she goes, "Well, fuck, I can't tell him because if I tell him, then the game is up." So she's gonna take all this information and politely ignore it because it's not important to the crew right now.
Well, I mean, Penn's also just said it. This is basically a trust-building exercise, which is essentially what it is. It's them making sure they can trust us.
But if people are psychoanalyzing you, making sure you're normal, you don't want to like burst the illusion of the experiment.
Yeah.
Well, I feel sorry for the people psychoanalyzing Penn.
Hey, there's several papers on Penn. What are you talking about? People make their
He's rich
careers
source
on him.
material.
Content-rich source material.
Yeah. Or do you believe in Jungian psychoanalysis, Freudian analysis, or Penzian analysis?
So, do we need someone to come aboard the ship with that as a focus now?
Indian analysis.
Unfortunately, it would their proximity to the patient zero might mess with their results, so might skew it. Takes away the objectivity. They get personally attached to you, and that's kind of not good for the study.
Or they just come to despise him.
Well,
that's also not good. They need to be neutral arbiters.
Yeah. You're a specimen, a patient.
You can despise him neutrally.
So, we're to set course for Pinnacle then, sir?
No, let's actually, I'll ask the GM that question. Where do you want us to go first? It's a weird question, but which one would suit better?
Those who are attending to the Shangri-La, anyone who's going to the crossover with the Shangri-La, this would be the point where they could zip off, and their characters go off, and that's where the Achilles goes, and the rest of the crew would be shipped over by shuttles to deal with the Pinnacle problem. Or the Achilles can go to Pinnacle itself. It just means that I'm going to inform the Shangri-La GM that there's a slight delay in the Achilles getting to them. And and what they do with that is up to them.
I mean, we're time traveling anyway. It's not like we're gonna be delayed that much. Clearly.
All
Clearly,
relative in the end.
clearly. No, I think it makes sense to
Split the party.
yeah.
I definitely think Rylov should go to on the Achilles.
Arlen also needs to go on the Achilles for other off-screen reasons.
Being.
Scheduling conflict. The actor's going to be busy next week.
Uh-huh.
The crossover isn't next week? What?
No, it's
Wait.
tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
So you could have Arlen do the Pinnacle mission today. Like it's whoever's still here is the one
Yeah.
doing the Pinnacle mission, and then next week is after Pinnacle mission and after the Shangri-La mission, because those both would have happened by next week. So
Okay.
if at that point Arlen would just be off doing something else.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Also,
Yeah.
admins need to figure that out. But that's another question.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it's myself, Threlic, and Rylov would be going on the Achilles for reasons.
Mm-hmm. Well, because we're operating a rescue mission.
Yeah. And and Shreya because she flies the ship.
Yes.
So for Rylov, Pend, and Threlic's players, you would select supporting characters to help support Ven, Arlen, and Aza with the Pinnacle mission.
Oh
Right.
God, does that mean I'm in charge of negotiations?
You're the
I
senior
mean-
officer again.
She's the senior
You are-
officer,
you are
but
the
she's
senior
also
officer?
medical. So she
All
can
right,
Yeah, you
excuse
could-
herself.
You know, I got a good presence, good insight, good commands. I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah, like, but if you wanted, you could appoint someone to do that.
You
Be
can
mission
also
command.
just fully excuse yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, Asa, the person would think about that, but Miss Sally, the player, thinks that would not be fun.
Fair
Yep.
enough.
Well, I mean, it's no guarantee that talks will be done this session, so it's whatever you decide's best for you.
Yes. So who are going to be the 3 support characters that are going on the Pinnacle mission? Because you'll want to choose those now, because you won't have the Achilles to
Yes.
pull from anymore, because it's going to be
Yeah.
gone.
I think
And choose what shuttle you're using, because you might as well use one of yours rather than whatever
Yeah.
the station has, because station will just give you stock stuff, but you guys have like specific
mean-
stuff. Under ship.
do we want to go for the Delta Flyer? Which we still need to name.
You really want to use that, don't you?
Well, I think like it's the most mobile that we have, and also like it's a runabout sized ship, so it's gonna be the most like comfortable.
Pretty
It's
quick.
New Boogaloo, that's his name.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh,
I think it's more
well,
effective than the
well-
Mission Scout.
No. If the ship is the Achilles, it could be the Patroclus.
Hercules?
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Nerds, all of you.
You sound
What'd
like
you
we're going to be
expect?
insulted by that. We're all playing Star Trek.
Hey, I was not the
We're-
person who named the ship
we're like
after
2
a
levels-
character from the Iliad.
We are 2
That was
levels deep into nerddom right now.
I think I'll take Jaishu for the diplomatic.
I'm debating between bringing someone for security just in case that's needed, or going with a Browse Cham.
New Jam.
Browse
New
Cham.
Browse Champ. He's also the Klingon liaison guy, so you
Yeah,
know,
like he has experience with Klingons,
he's
so he
like-
does make sense.
It's so funny. Oh my god. He doesn't do necessarily the smartest thing, but it's always the best thing.
It's also usually the thing that makes Klingons happy
Yeah.
without pissing off Starfleet too much. Like he knows how to walk that line. Yeah, so sure, I'll take Browse Cham.
I don't know. Who do we think we need? Because we've got what? A nerd. What's Sky
Someone
shoes?
has to fly the shuttle.
Oh,
So-
there we go.
Yeah, pilot.
It was her or Selek, and I don't know who Selek is. I think we've ever used Selek.
Hmm.
We haven't.
Actually, this makes this Commander Jaishu's problem because they're the senior
True.
officer.
Shit.
Oh no. You can choose someone else. She could be busy. She could be on
Why
the
is she even the
Achilles.
commander of on the ship? What?
Well, she's part of the diplomatic. She's an auxiliary to the command department. She helps with the paperwork and stuff like that.
Yeah, she definitely took that position because of paperwork.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paperwork.
That's what she better have written down on the report, or she can get yelled at in a second. Yeah, she's the her big thing as well is that she's the primary communicator between the ship and the Narendra station. So if you guys don't report something in, she does to make sure you don't forget to, and lets you know if something weird's happened. Yeah, that's her job, and also the administrative stuff like transfers, all that stuff. Because you guys tend to be busy, so
Yeah, I think early on when he became captain, Penn probably would have realised this is a lot of paperwork. I actually need people to help me do paperwork because it sucks.
And Commander Thralic, normally the XO is the one that does that, but Commander Thralic's also the commander of the hoplites, so Thralic tends to be busy with special hazard team training.
Like,
It's also
Thralic does a lot of administration too, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, the Achilles has several hundred people on it. Any company of hundreds of people is going to have multiple administrative personnel.
Yep. Definitely. So any special equipment you are pulling your Patrolcus? Butchering that.
I'm just loving having people pronounce this name.
Patroclus?
Trocles, I would say Patroclus, but I'm an American.
Any special equipment you wish to procure before you leave station and ship?
Just a med kit.
Is there any special access to data on the planet we're going to and the inhabitants that we could pull up?
That would be a reason plus command or con. Difficulty of 1 because someone succeeded at least, and it'd be assisted by computers plus relevant department. Both the Achilles and the station will help with this because you're looking up in their computers.
Well, I'll roll it as Jaishu, considering she's probably having to get this. So this would be reason con.
we need to have you two get married at some point. You've been engaged for like 3 months.
Technically, you're not engaged yet in this universe, but anyway.
Oh, yeah,
Mm,
you
personal
pros again,
timeline.
man.
I mean,
Undo
this.
the engagement?
For a whole 3 months. That's unheard of.
I mean, to be fair, there's people in real life who are engaged for years.
I mean, true.
I mean, you should be one of them.
to say.
Focus in
Yeah.
Starfleet protocols.
Yes.
Take a
Yeah,
threat.
especially with all the people who had to like delay because of the pandemic.
Take 2 more.
Sure. Plus the Achilles.
Oh. The ship's been on roll tonight.
No. So more specifically, as you look into the computers, you find it's not classified information or anything like that. It's public information that you can pull up, and you also use some Starfleet protocols applies specifically because when you're talking about a protected world or third committee world, they're not a Federation world, but they do have like treaties and agreements and contracts with the Federation to benefit from their protection. But likewise, their laws are still their laws. You know, Federation can't tell them how to operate, that sort of thing. There's certain things they agree to, like they can't do, mass crimes against sapient life, that sort of thing. Like the Federation isn't going to help someone who's a terrible tyrant or something like that. It's like, no, you can just sit there and deal with your own problems, or you can change and maybe we'll help you, but we're not particularly inclined. We don't have to help you. We can just tell you no. But in general, you can't. They are a sovereign world. But this world in particular does have some unique problems. So, pull. Right. So, according to the file, Pinnacle is undergoing has ongoing trade negotiations with the Klingon Empire and the Romulan Empire. The Klingon Empire's representative is one of the House Sagita merchants, under the direction of one Aurelius, or Diamond Aurelius, who is still acting as an agent of the Empire. Whereas the Romulan negotiations have been mired in complications because, there are technically two Romulan polities, and they're not sure who to talk to, while still maintaining connections with the Federation because there's certain things they're allowed to do that, like, say if they help the Romulans oppress some people or another, help conquer some world, the Federation goes, fine, that sounds like you're a Romulan problem now. Good luck, But generally, the Federation doesn't like letting worlds like that kind of go to the mercy of the Romulans or the Klingons, because, well, the Romulans and the Klingons will not respect the sovereignty of the planet, if they can get away with it, There has been increased. The world has become a lot more isolated in recent years, in the last 5 years. Ever since the Dominion War, they've been increasingly distant with the Federation, that's probably where this trade negotiation is coming from. Certain diplomats within the Federation and social scientists believe this may be a prelude to them wanting to revoke their third committee protections in favor of some other, just be a free world, or join up with either empire, but they don't know for sure. They have one of the reasons they have third committee protection. They've had it for almost 100 years, because back when the Federation was at war with the Klingon Empire, Pinnacle was a staunch opponent of the Klingon Empire and actually fought them, repelled their invasions. And certain Starfleet officers, captains at the time, were able to negotiate them as a protectorate, which meant that they could use them as a strategic base. They were a source of deuterium, which that was of importance to both sides. In exchange, the Pinnacleites would be helping the war against the Klingon Empire. Ever since the Khitomer Accords, relations have cooled. And they got icy cold during the Dominion War because the Khitomer Accords were broken and then reforged again. And now Narendra Station is a joint Klingon Starfleet base, and that's right in their backyard, so they're not happy with the Federation at all. They're almost at a Cold War state with the Klingon Empire, which makes it odd to the analysts why they're talking to a Klingon trader at all. That seems unusual. Why exactly that is, they don't know, because it's a sovereign world. They don't have to report to the Federation everything they're doing, but, analysts look at things and read between the lines sometimes. What else? The Federation of Veiled Jackals is a government, a dynastic theocracy, as was told before. That's a traditional power that's been around for over 100 years. They were like that before the Federation met them, and they stayed that way afterwards. That's why they could never become a Federation member, because Federation members are required to be democratic in some fashion. They are certainly not, and have no interest in being democratic. And they think the Federation's they think they see themselves as a superior version of a federation, and they think the United Federation of Planets is spiritually misguided and detached from the roots of their homeworlds. They are a war-capable species, but because of their religion, no one of their planet is allowed to take up residence on any other planet than Pinnacle. For Pinnacle is the god-given planet, and all Pinnacleites must maintain their connection to the spirit within, so on and so on and so on. Which essentially means that they, even though they're warp-capable and could totally colonize surrounding worlds, they can't colonize because if they leave the planet, they lose all rights as citizens of Pinnacle. So they're better off just joining the Federation or the Klingon Empire or anyone else.
I think something Harris.
Let's see. Double check if there's anything else you would find in the computer. It is a Class L planet, so the air has an excess of carbon dioxide due to prolonged historical industrial pollution. So these people were mining deuterium from their planet a long time ago, in their early warp era stage, over 100 years ago. Unfortunately, the way they did it initially basically turned a Class M planet into a Class L planet. Millions of people died in that transition, and that's also when this new religion popped up, because some people had a genetic a genetic tag, if you will, that let them acclimate quickly to the carbon dioxide-rich environment, and they lived, and they saw that as God's gift. Those who died were worthy of God's wrath, and those who lived were worthy of His blessing, so on and so on and so on. So they're very tied to that whole thing. That said, when they deal with aliens, they do have like any alien place where they deal like trade areas, spaceports, government buildings. They'll have like environmental controls that make it Class M. It's not terribly comfortable for the Pinnacleites. They don't like it, but they can breathe in it. It just feels, the air feels to them uncomfortably thick. It's so they can live in it, but they're not happy about it. So most of the planet is left normal. Aliens are advised to wear rebreathers as much as possible, and only take them off if they're in a building that has a particular mark on it that lets an alien know, hey, this is a Class M environment. You can take your mask off if you want. Otherwise, you should keep it on, because if you're walking around on the planet for any longer than, say, 30 minutes, you'll start suffering from carbon dioxide poisoning. It'll be slow and very uncomfortable, but so Starfleet protocol is wear rebreathers at all times when on the planet. Same with their space stations. It is cold out, so bring a jacket. It's a cold world. One of the big reasons that they joined the Federation, on top of the Klingon thing, is that they were a. I'll be right back, actually.
Right at the moment of suspense.
Well, at least we know we need rebreathers.
Yeah. Came up with a name for the mission scout too.
Oh, go on.
Statius, the poet who wrote the fragment of the Achilles.
Perfect. It's one of those we might as well just continue the theme.
Yeah.
I'm back. Can't type back. Whatever. So, that was the last thing. The last thing was that one of the reasons they joined the Federation, on top of the Klingon thing, was that the Federation also helped them retrofit their industry to not be so polluting. And they've helped. They were having a runaway greenhouse effect where eventually the world was just going to be uninhabitable. No matter they can acclimate all they want, but eventually, if there's no oxygen left, you can't. Oxygen breathing life forms can't live there anymore. So, yeah. Is there any other questions you have beyond what I've already told you?
I do have one, but I don't know how viable it is. Considering
Your momentum, go ahead and ask.
yeah, considering what the Federation has already done for them regarding like updating their industrial sector and making sure they don't kill themselves, essentially. Since we first did that, until the last time we updated it, have we come up with any newer techniques for purification or basically helping their problem?
Well, at the moment, the problem's been fixed. Reverting the world back to Class M won't help them at all because the species has already acclimated to the new environment. So to them, the world's perfectly fine. It's other people that it's a problem. They have not. The current dynasty has not shown any interest in reverting to Class M. But for momentum, there's something interesting I could point out.
Sure, because I was kind of thinking if we had a way to increase the purification, that means they could also industrialize a bit more to counteract it, which means they could have more chance to trade.
So, one second. There is a group. The dynasty has no particular interest in. They are very. Even the change that Starfleet proposed 100 years ago, was at pain. The only reason they ever took it was because they would lose their holy world, and then they said, "Well, if we do this, this will save it, and you guys get to stay." Like, hey, we like that idea. We'll go with that. And they've been resistant to any other terraforming or improvement or other quote unquote overt UFP influence. However, not everyone on the planet is mono thought, as it were. Not everyone's they're not a hive mind. So there is actually a faction of merchants known as the Wandering Collective. These are the people who actually run the factories and the manufactories and the businesses. They want to improve it. They would want to do that idea. It's just that they haven't been able to. They aren't the legal rulers of the planet, so they haven't been able to interact with the Federation directly on a government level.
I mean, that's...
So there are some people of Pinnacle that would want that to happen. Quite a few, but they just don't have a diplomatic channel to reach out.
I think that's still an avenue that we could use to repair and further talks with them, so I'll take it. Anyone else got any questions?
What's the Klingon connection to this planet again?
This won't cost you anything. House of Gitta's merchants through Diamond Aurelius, basically the Gintak or the financial advisor to House of Gitta.
Right.
They've sent a representative there to negotiate trade. They've been negotiating trade a possible trade treaty for the last 5 years.
Ah, all right.
Good for them.
And for momentum, I'll add on something. I'll point out something else to you.
Go for it.
I'll note that when you think about it, you remember this was a thing like this. You don't remember the Pinnacle mission. You guys didn't go on this mission, but you remember this was an issue last time. You don't remember the Klingons being there. You remember the Romulans were there, but you don't remember the Klingons being there. That's the one part that's different. But it was the same. It was the same issue. It's just that the Achilles didn't do it. It was one of the other ships.
Fascinating.
That was responsibility at the time.
Say again, Rella, if you kind of broke up.
That was the Carrick's responsibility at the time.
Yeah.
I believe we were dealing with the Rainbow Road. No, we weren't.
The
We
pirate-
had to chase down pirates.
The pirates of Chopra.
The ones that were kidnapping people.
So I say if you were to say Penzance, we would have had a different fucking problem.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, from our
Gonna say it.
I think Discord is crashing.
is it?
No, I think Ven was having a robot moment.
Or Ven was. Yeah, Ven was just.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ven, say again. You broke up. Oh, we lost Macelians.
Oh. All right then.
Internet.
Love the internet.
Yep.
It's so good at everything.
So good. Internet's so good.
Wonderful. If I recall from the sector map, which maybe this isn't information we're privy to, but it looked like the Carrick was not in the area. This timeline. Like there were other ships assigned to Narendra potentially.
I will note that you don't seem to the Achilles is assigned to something called the Interior Group
Mm-hmm.
as part of the Shackleton Fleet operations.
Shackleton Fleet.
Yep.
Well, that's a new fleet.
Yeah.
It's as if something's slightly different.
I don't believe it.
The only thing I would think of is it possible to create an advantage of we could have a prototype of the more up-to-date filtration systems?
Or two, yeah, you could have that.
That way we can kind of like show them, and it can be this easy to install. It's just one of those, yeah.
Any other preparations before the Pinnacle team heads off?
Rebreathers.
Rebreathers, and do we want to bring in extra gear to create a advanced filtration system to kind of show them and maybe offer it as a token to help them out?
I'll note that rebreathers and cold weather gear, winter jackets, basically, won't cost you anything because someone's correctly identified that it's a Starfleet protocol. Those are normal when you're operating on that planet. As for extra filtration, I think that's what Jaishu arranged.
Yeah.
Are you speaking of something else?
I guess I must have missed that. Sorry.
Apart from like specific kits or tools like engineering kit, med kit, and like
Well, engineering kit will for free be on Arlen. Anyone else and med kit on Aza's free.
I think I'm good.
yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount we need to take. All what we've been informed is that we've been requested to help with negotiations and talks. So there's no point of us going down there with a bunch of type freaks.
Everyone reports to the Patrolcus.
Mhm.
Boop. Boop.
Well, it took us a lot of effort and time to prepare, but I think we're ready to blast off. Let's make the Federation proud.
Yes, that'll do quite nicely.
I think this is the first time you guys have actually used a Delta Flyer class shuttle, so it's a neat little thing that you had recently added to your ship. Because you guys haven't ran with runabout size shuttles until very recently. Not since the Kismet, I think. And that was when they had the experimental fighters and stuff, and the Delta Flyer wasn't a thing yet. That was a long time ago.
Oh man, that was
Oh, how
ages
nice is it? Like in terms of like the crew accommodations, like I know it goes vroom very quickly, but like how is it meaningfully different than a shuttle for these kinds of journeys?
It is. It is. It is very pretty to sit in. It is built. It was seemed to be built. One of the designers seemed to be particularly obsessed with the aesthetics of the ship. There is an option to have analog controls installed in the comm panel just to give extra feel. So says one of the designers. Big comfy chairs. It's the sort of thing you're meant to kind of be away from the ship for a bit. But it's not quite a Danube class like the regular runabouts. Regular runabouts are meant for you to kind of. They have like full beds and you're supposed to be in them forever for long hauls and stuff.
They're
Delta
RVs.
Flyers are meant to be nice to be in for a short while, but you're not meant to be like in
Mhm.
them for months.
It's like the
I thought
difference
that
between like an RV and like a long haul cab.
I thought the Delta Flyer did have 2 beds in the rear compartment. Am I wrong about
It
that?
it, it
For
does.
Delta
There are
Flyer,
some beds
it
back
does
there,
have.
but Danube classes can have a long haul, like full on suite, like full on
Yeah.
rooms in the back. Whereas Delta Flyers, they don't have room for that. There's a little bit of space in the back for like a table and a couple beds, and that's it. It's like, can we do other modules? Well, then we wouldn't have the
No.
hot rod module. I'm sorry, the what
Yeah.
module? The hot rod module.
It's the thing that makes the ship go warp 8.
And then several humans
And
high-fived
also
each
the
other, and
cold
several
racing
Vulcans just
stripes.
stared at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's painted red because it makes it go faster.
No, there are no space orcs.
Damn it.
Because of their space orcs, there's the space chaos eye, and we're in a very different problem.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
if we jumped into that universe, I'm concerned.
so there's no blood for the blood god?
Well, there is, but
It's just a different blood god.
Ah, of course.
Hey, we are going to a primitive, absolute monarchy, so maybe there is some blood for the blood god.
Speaking
The
of,
skull throne.
actually, this is something that Cham could do en route. Should be research local customs so as to make sure he can warn anybody about stepping on taboos or basically warn people about anything they shouldn't do, anything they absolutely should do.
reason command difficulty of 2. The Patrolcus will be helping with this because you're kind of doing it en route.
All right.
We'll note
And-
what's the fastest a Delta Flyer can go? Warp 7, Warp 9.
It's either warp 7 or warp 8. I think it's like a high 7. Top of my head. I can look it up later though.
So
It
it
goes
basically would,
narratively fast.
yeah, you get it will take you about 3 days to get here at high warp.
All right. History focus.
Hey, who wants to play a game?
Saw came to mind. Sorry, I was like,
Mine's for me too.
No, I was gonna suggest like checkers or something, but okay.
Arlen, what's with the mask? Ah, no,
Oh
sorry.
my God, Arlen could make the worst saw traps.
Oh God, he could.
But yeah, history focus, Jim.
History focus eye.
Brawl's chain is going to give a threat an extra die and roll 3. Oh boy. I don't think that's something I want a complication on, so termination spend, mission directive. We roll 3. There we go.
Now the shuttle can actually assist, or try to anyway.
All right.
Computers
Then we're
command.
doing computers command. Got that. It's rolling a 7. After close is. Whoa. This made this sheet too small. Doesn't help.
Generally, when in places of worship, non-believers are required to don a mask. Like they hand out like a ceremonial veil that you're supposed to wear. People who are of the faith leave their faces uncovered to show that they are true believers in the dynasty. The religion isn't mandatory. It's just socially it's expected. Most people are expected to be part of the planetary faith because it is the guiding light of all. It's the voice of the world. Yada yada yada. Like it's very important. There's a lot of social pressure to do it, but there's no legislation. But by law, aliens who come there are expected to veil up unless, because otherwise, if you go there unveiled, you're implying that you're of the planet and that you're faithful, or you're intending to move here, which people do that. Some people do move to Pinnacle for one reason or another. Other than that, places of worship are the places you have to be super careful. There's a lot of rules about where you're allowed to go, where you're not allowed to go, what you're allowed to eat, what you're not allowed to eat. But outside of the church walls, it's like any other Federation planet, really. You know, don't murder, don't punch people, don't steal. You know, they're very generally speaking, you will have the advantage. So you can, if you talk to somebody and you're worried that somehow social mores might come into it, you can invoke it. But I will say, generally speaking, and this is why the advantage helps on top of that, is that they're very acclimated to Federation aliens. They think themselves the better Federation, but they acknowledge that you are fellow enemies of the desolators of faith. Cough, the Klingons. They really hate Klingons. There's no explicit rule because the Federation would yell at them about it, but historically Klingons are not very welcome on Pinnacle.
Okay.
So the fact that none of your the fact that you're all Federation species, they will be familiar with you. They will be very familiar with you because they've been a protectorate for like 100 years. So they've gotten used to you guys and Starfleet and phasers, all that.
Cool. Well, Brault Cham will give a bit of a, cordial mission brief on that. It's somewhere between a, series of jokes and a, no, please do this. I'm really suggesting it.
Don't eat fish in the blue room. Why? No, really. Don't eat fish in the blue room. It's a whole thing. I could explain it to you, but it's very dry. Suffice to say, you'll get in
The fish is
trouble.
dry, too. You don't want it, really.
So, I'm to understand we're wearing ceremonial masks when we land?
Only if you're in
Only-
only if you're in churches.
Oh, okay, only in religious places, okay.
And they'll give them to us if we really are supposed to have them.
Okay, okay.
But if someone gives you a mask, it's good idea to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
As a
Believe so.
general rule, use caution. It could be a stabby mask. I've seen those before. Klingons love stabby masks.
No, that would be a dastardly trick where we are still in the resistance to uh poison all of the Cardassian masks.
Did Cardassians wear masks? Doesn't seem like a very
Oh,
Cardassian thing.
well, if there's no breathable atmosphere, if you create conditions to which they have to put on masks to live, but you've already poisoned the masks.
See, this makes so much sense.
I forgot who actually got the controls.
It's all about creating the advantage you need. See how
Yeah,
you're thinking, counselor?
Ace gonna nod, and you know, in her head, she's 40 years back.
You have that light year long stare.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, there was this one time back in too long ago, where we were up on the hills of Drabthvar province and such, and she'll start telling you some boring story about her days in the resistance.
I think Brawls will somehow take what you're saying and pivot it into a story to try and wrap you up and distract you from any potentially bad memories. He's trying to like charm you out of it. You know, that's amazing.
What a
It
chat.
reminds me of this time with the Klingons.
Oh, really? Well, that reminds me of this time when, and we're just gonna go back and forth.
And this one time at band camp,
Commander,
Oh, yes. Sorry, what's up?
I'm detecting Romulan scout ship and a Klingon trade freighter. Hear that the full spaceport patrol is hailing.
Yes, that's hailing us, yes.
Patroclus, in case anybody wanted to know.
Okay, response to the hail?
We haven't given it yet?
Well, they're hailing us, aren't we? I was answer it.
There we go. It sounded like you said you were asking what our response to the hail was.
Oh,
was
sorry.
like,
I meant
we gave
respond
one.
as in answer, as in
Okay,
pick up the phone. Sorry.
This is Pinnacle Spaceport Control. Please identify yourself.
Hi, this is the U.S.S. Patroclus. We are a Starfleet vessel on here from orders of Vice Admiral Grennan. We were invited. I presume I have clearance codes to give.
I'll let you freely walk that back. He's a rear admiral. He's not the vice admiral.
I apologize.
Don't promote him, God.
The youngest vice admiral in Starfleet history. Very well. Stand by Starfleet vessel. Transferring you to relevant lawkeeper. Stand by, please.
Did they have hold music?
You do see the emblem of Pinnacle, which appears to be the planet itself, and then two hands joined in prayer on top of it. And you're hearing what you presume to be some sort of hymn, rejoicing the beauty of Pinnacle and our ties with it. Something about the great, beautiful oceans, the soaring skies, and
From sea to shining sea.
So
of
something,
the
something
seven C's and the seven saints, there was said, and basically it turns into a scripture lesson as part of the hymn, which it's a hymn. No
So-
kidding.
yeah. So basically something like. Do, 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 do.
Bit more regal than that, but
Yeah, I don't know what
Just
kind of hymns
Gregorian
you listen
chants
to,
complete with
but
the. Is Gregorian chants complete with the head whack?
I just love the idea of like really ceremonial hold music. It's fantastic.
yeah, I'm picturing because the cockpit's kind of tight, so I'm picturing Asa's just like standing there, like looming over the poor ensign, like tapping her fingers against the console.
on screen appears a pinnacle. You see a man who seems to be in an office of some kind. Lots of alabaster or cream colored walls behind him. He's wearing what appears to be what would be known as display glasses or augmented reality glasses, where one lens has like data streaming past it and the other eye is just shaded. He seems to be dressed in a uniform that, due to your advantage, you don't have to roll to know. He is dressed as an inspector of the local dynastic law keepers.
Okay, question. Are the law keepers are they the police or are they the military or
Yes, they're a policing and they're think like a self-defense force.
Okay.
Their police defends the planet and its sanctity and so on, which also includes attacking Klingons when they can get away with it. But
Okay.
as much as they are as much police as you are scientists, to put it that way.
Right. Well, well met. I am Lieutenant Commander Asa of the Federation. You are?
I'm Inspector Krista Sedano of the Pinnacle Security Forces. I am the lawkeeper that summoned. Well, I didn't summon you here, but it seems a Klingon, one of my cases, has summoned you here. So, as much as I would like to tell you to go away and stay out of my case, treaty requires that I allow you to speak with him. So, whatever it is he wants to whine about, sniveling coward that he is, please just make it brief, humor him, and then just let me get back to my job.
I am to understand that we are to be a neutral medium to provide dialogue and a cooperative agreement between you and the Klingon traders.
Huh. That is one way to put it. Captain Tokasa is under arrest for murder, and apparently he thinks that my methods are unfairly biased against him and the Romulan that he's with. Surprisingly, he's defending the Romulan who's also being charged with murder. Very open and shut case, but here you are, and we're gonna waste each other's time because some Klingon just wants to worm his way out of his honorable requirements. But who am I to question the honor of a Klingon?
Look, I understand you're very upset right now. How about we all take a deep breath and how about you send us how about if you want to help us get out of your hair as quickly as possible, and believe you me, I would love nothing more than to get out of your hair. How about you send us your notes on this case and we will go over them and we will talk to the Klingon.
Must we? Presence plus command or security. Difficulty opposed. He doesn't want to. He thinks it's a waste of time. You don't need to know the case. It's irrelevant. But you can legally ask him. It's not unusual. He just doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah, no,
Mystery, murder, mystery, murder, mystery.
you know what I always love from like the police in a murder investigation is apathy. Okay. Presence command. A focus in conversations.
Yeah, you can totally get that.
All
'Cause you-
right. Um. All right. I'm gonna give you one threat.
I'm gonna spend one threat.
Um. I don't really have a value, I think, to fit here, so I will let this stand.
Last I checked, you can give legal representation and assistance to this Klingon and remind him that he is not on a Federation world. He's on a world blessed by the gods of Pinnacle. And alert him to whatever it is Starfleet requires you. However, I am not in any way bound to share an ongoing investigation with a Starfleet officer. And frankly, it's not for me to make you do your job faster. That's for you to do. Data incoming. I expect to see you shortly. He jams his side and cuts the communication rather rudely. I will tell you from the complication. Pinnacleites can be a little. Whenever talking about Klingons, they get a little jumpy about it. I mean, it's the French and Germans circa World War One all over again. It's super tense, but like you're not used to them being hostile to the Federation. They like the Federation. They may be disappointed in you that you're not fighting the Klingons, but it's just that disappointment, not anger. They like the Federation generally.
Yeah. She's just gonna like close the conversation and look down at the gun.
Well, did I get anything from him?
You are too far away.
Oh, okay.
Because you're not in orbit. You're at the. You're still at the.
Ah.
If you were in orbit, I
Okay.
would have given it to you, but you're too far away.
Got it. Deanna Troy effect.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, I'm picturing the conversation closes, and she's gonna like very dramatically sigh and rub the bridge of her nose and say, "Ensign, if there's anything I wish more people would learn in this world, it's that trust and respect is a two-way street."
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can go to the planet.
Do you warp the Patrolcus into orbit, or do you just slowly impulse over? Or do you
Well,
crawl there at maneuvering thruster speed?
No, what are my orders for this?
well, I mean, the direct path takes us through two sets of asteroids. So how about we just go? How about we just go at impulse and we avoid the asteroids? Because unless I'm overestimating the size of that, this is maybe less than an hour, right?
Impulse speeds? Yeah, you can get there inside of an hour at impulse.
You did say you would try and get out of the hair of the individual as fast as possible.
Going maneuvering thrusters, that'd be just being maliciously compliant. Oh, I'll get there, all right, as slowly as possible. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
No,
As you
I'll
get
see you
to
3 weeks from now with maneuvering thrusters.
as you get to about here, reason plus security. Not security. Sorry. Science difficulty of 4, assisted by sensor science. The
Gross.
call for this roll is something appears on your sensors. That's within the somewhere within this area, but you're verifying if it's an actual thing or if it's just some sensor ghost. Sometimes asteroid weird. Sometimes planet star systems will give off weird readings, and you have to calibrate the sensors. Otherwise, your sensors are going to tell you that the star is supernovaing, and it's not. So you have to make sure. Or it actually could be supernovaing, and that's super important to know. Either way, you need to do it.
No, no. You know what? I am going to spend a determination. Always ask questions. And 2 threat, but I'm going to spend my medal that lets me roll the challenge die to see if you
Oh.
get threat.
I got you. I might not have these.
You get them.
Hooray!
So I only need 2 hits. Sensor operations focus.
All right.
Okay. Generate a momentum. Oh, 2 momentum because the
There is a strange sensor anomaly in orbit of this gas giant.
okay.
Peter does. Peter just knows that it's not natural to the planet, and it seems that something disrupted. Something exceptionally large disrupted the gas clouds of that gas giant in an unusual way.
Could I spend my free question to ask if it's an artificial phenomenon or if it's a I get I don't want
Is
to
it
say
a storm,
natural,
or
but I assume yeah.
is it something the planet's doing, or
Like
is it something's doing to the planet? Yeah.
correct.
I'll take that free question.
Yes.
It's artificial. It doesn't conform with the weather patterns of the gas giant. That's kind of why the computer got confused for a second. It didn't know what it was looking at first.
Commanders, I'm picking up anomalous readings from that gas giant. Something's influencing.
Influencing it in what way?
Uh, um, still in that. I'm still in that. Where I can do this. I also generate a bonus momentum off tapped potential.
True.
What was your question, Council?
Oh, you said the phenomenon was affecting the gas giant. I said, in which way?
Yes. How exactly is this? 'Cause you just said I'm picking up anomaly reading. What is this anomaly actually doing? Astro?
Yeah, I'll take that question. Imagine a stone in a river or in a pond, and the pond has to kind of flow around the stone. Except you can't see a stone. It looks like the weather patterns of the gas giant are forming around or flowing around something very faintly.
Hey, there's something in the atmosphere. I'm detecting this within the atmosphere of the giant.
Yep.
I assume there's something within the atmosphere of the gas giant that's causing the latent air currents to flow around it. Now, that would be one thing if I could actually pick out what it's flowing around, but
Could it
I
be
can't.
a cloaked vessel?
It's possible. Especially since we're talking Klingons and Romulans.
Vincent, we cannot deviate course, but I would like you to investigate this matter further.
Could be possible that we could send a probe in the gas giant and make it look like we're just curious.
It would get
What do you
destroyed.
think, Commander Jaishu?
Probably not the wisest, because you may not appreciate us firing random probes into the system. Plus, there's an asteroid belt between us.
We'd have to gain permission from system government, and that would be tricky. So
If it's a ship, maybe we could send type a message toward the ship in some sort of faction that could disrupt their power systems momentarily, force them to decloak.
I think this
It'd
is a
probably be unwise
situation-
to take a hostile action like that, Lieutenant.
Yes, we should
I'm
let
just offering
sleeping
solutions.
dogs lie. Ensign Van, this is not immediately relevant to our mission, but I would like you to investigate this further and see what you can find.
see what I can do,
It's a
but
gas
without
giant,
getting
right?
closer.
Lieutenant Sham, I'm to understand you are a security officer, correct?
No, counselor.
We have no officers here.
Operations.
Okay. Never mind then. I was looking for someone who knew something about criminal investigation.
I mean, I know how to handle a phaser, Commander, but it was never in security.
Mm-hmm. I
Um,
can't believe I'm saying
I'm
it, but
sure
I'm currently missing Rylov. Go ahead.
I have enough security training that I could probably handle basic forensics level investigation. AKA, I actually do have a security score of 3, which isn't bad.
I mean, yeah, Brawls also has that, but
And so does Isa. But yeah. Okay, we will just have to make do with what we have.
I'm
Go ahead.
if we don't know if that is a ship, and I don't like the idea of leaving something unknown while we have something else unknown happening. But it could be possible if it is being affected by planetary atmospheric currents to take a look at that and maybe discern if it is a known ship type by what it displaces. We could do that from here. Probably.
that's a good insight.
If you think that could work, go ahead, Ensign.
Oh. I am hoping this is a con task.
It is.
Identifying ships is a con task.
I was like, I was like, that seems like a reasonable explanation for why you could identify a ship in that manner, if it's a ship.
I think Josh will assist you.
Reason con, difficulty 3 is suspect computers con.
My
Would be diff
reason
4,
con
but
is-
someone scanned it, so you're kind of part of the job's already been done for you. Now it's just looking at it and going, what is this displacing and what matches that silhouette.
my reason con is 13, if you want me to assist.
Hers is only 14. Her reason ass. She said a very reasonable thing. She's just not. I didn't look at her stats beforehand, actually. Oops.
Would you like me to assist?
Sure. Let's see. Would this identifying a vessel through these means, does that fall under an emergency procedure?
Say again, sorry.
Trying to identify a vessel through these means, does that count as an emergency procedure?
No.
Damn. Other one's Starfleet protocols, and I don't feel like that's one either.
No.
Nope.
Reverse engineering or sensor operation?
Sensor ops would help because you could help translate the data to something more
Yeah,
concrete.
I mean, for all,
You can probably use science if you're helping with that. I'll give you a
Arguable, yep.
threat.
Giving me a threat eye. Like as the assist, using science totally makes sense.
okay.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah, to say
Damn,
Jaishu
Ben.
was going to assist you. She doesn't have a focus because the closest
Yay,
she has
come
is
on.
Starfleet protocols.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. Carried by 2 1s. Let's go. Oh shit! Wait, I got a reroll. I spent the threat because she's bold. I'm an idiot. There we go. I was like, I did that for a reason, right?
Well, the oldest
There's the
ships in
reason.
the 10th Expeditionary Fleet, everybody. One of the most experienced groups in the entire server.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. That's us.
I mean, I'd say how dare you, but it's like, it's got a point.
This should just be a note to say that it can happen to anyone, you or a veteran. Go away.
Yeah.
Where's the thing I'm looking for? Why do you have to be
We're
hard to
never
find?
going to make it to this fucking planet.
No.
I mean, we might, but this could be very relevant to the planet. So they've got 2 accused that are saying it's not them. Well, what if there's a third party that did it and blamed them?
It's the tripolity. That's what.
Oh, they did a Star Trek 6.
They did a Star Trek thing.
I like how that's a reference, and we all got the reference.
Yeah, we all got it.
It's been a minute since I used Cation voice.
That, according to it's retrofitted and refitted to the point you almost didn't recognize it, but you can't change the chassis and you can't change your energy signature levels. There's only so much you can do to a ship that really it's hard to change it from its base. This appears to be a Romulan bird of prey.
Oh.
Although it's been refitted to hell and back because, well, it's an old frame. Like we're talking, like 100 years. This thing's old.
Oh yeah.
Scale 4, I believe. Scale 4. What exactly its refits are, you don't know, but you just know the silhouette looked weird, the energy signature looked weird, but eventually it's like there's no other silhouette that looks like that. But there's only the Romulan bird of prey that looks like that.
I mean, at 100 years old, yeah, it's been refitted. I would hope.
Yeah.
If someone's using it. But no, there it is. There's the culprit. At least for this. I don't know if it's the culprit for the other thing, but they're here. And they're hiding. And we could
Looks
probably
over her
ask
shoulder at the terminal. Is that
Planet-
a?
Yes. We could probably ask planetary authorities once we get there, and maybe not be speaking over transmissions for it, because I would be very sure they would be listening. That seems like something they would do if those are Romulans, right?
That seems like a wise thing to
Yes.
And I wouldn't tell the other Romulans, because they're probably the fighting ones. I don't even know which Romulans are here at the planet.
Commander, I assume you want me to use proclivity sensors and continue monitoring that position.
do.
If you could, Ensign.
Understood.
That's a really good question. We don't know who these ones are.
I mean, we'll figure that out when we get to the planet.
Yeah.
So staying on course.
They don't. I would say the patterns that we're looking at don't look like it's a ship in distress, do they? If I can ask that for a question from that roll.
You could spend a momentum for that question, yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a relevant one to at least ask.
One thing that made you almost not think it was a bird of prey is that, according to the sensors, it's not. It seems to be immersed in the gas giant, which that's very dangerous, even for a modern ship to do that. You'd want your shields up. You'd want them reinforced and calibrated for and modulated, because it's intense pressure. And starships are designed for space, not high pressure environments. But it's holding strong, so it's almost like it's built to hide in gas giants. So it's perfectly fine. It could stay there for years.
Okay, yeah, well
Well,
that's
built
also
highly reinforced hull
good to know.
plating
Plating.
design.
Good to know.
Clever.
Well, they're not in distress at least, so there's that.
As you enter orbit of Pinnacle, you're given a polite hail from the Klingon merchant ship, the Irregular of Mova, and the Romulan scout ship, the Bakar. Representative of the rightful Romulan Senate power of the Empire. So they're a Senate ship.
So the ones we're supposed to like.
Yeah. They're the ones that don't want to go to war with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in orbit of the
legitimate party, but
Did we get coordinates for like a landing pad to go to?
You look at the readings, and it appears to be a tiny hamlet on the end of a peninsula. They indicate that there is a bit of open ground you can land your shuttle at or beam down to. Like, it's nowhere near any of the cities. It's out in the countryside somewhere.
Oh.
Now that is no way to treat a guest.
Oh no, we have to solve some small town murder.
What do you have against
Town's
small
big.
towns?
Town's too big. This is a hamlet.
This is like exactly what Circus would be good for too.
Let's
Wrong case.
The settlement has a grand total of 24 residents, to give you an idea.
is there a
Do they have a banjo?
Is there a prison facility or a Klingon bird of prey or anything in that area? Like, did the crime take place here? Or are they just putting us in nowhere?
For momentum, I'll answer.
Okay. Yeah, take one.
You look over, you look over the orders in more detail and scroll. Yes, you already know about the planet. Yes, you already know that. Scroll. Oh. It seems this Captain Tukasa his hail came from these coordinates. Not from where you're landing, but from the hamlet. From Wellspring. Wellspring, I was right the first time.
Well, his hail came from these coordinates, so something is down there. Ensign, land in a clearing.
Yes, Commander.
You begin your descent into the planet.
With the helm control and Starfleet protocols would work here, wouldn't they?
You are looking at a roll. I have to look it up though.
If I had to guess,
it's
control or daring con.
It'd usually be control unless you're trying to plot your descent, then that'd be reason.
No, I'm trying to land. We'll wing it. Not reasoning anything right now. I've done enough reason for today.
Well, in that case, it's daring if you're doing it recklessly, and control if you're doing it cautiously.
I've got two.
That's what I was double checking. Okay, yeah. It is a control. Control con difficulty 2, because you're landing on like grass. Like, it's not. There's no tractor beam helping you out. There's you're just making sure you don't bap the shuttle into the ground.
Okay. Given I've got 2 command officers aboard, I'm not going to land this like a hot rod. So we'll do cautious. I mean, not cautious. You know what I mean? Control.
I get you.
I could do some fancy stuff. I'm not going to. It's going to be boring because I don't want to get yelled at. It's going to be boring, but at the same time, BoldCon, so 1 threat.
Yeah. Coming in a little, get down to the ground quickly, but in a controlled manner.
Yeah, you can do like a loop-de-loop before you land.
Aileron roll. Whee.
That would be daring. It's just it was just a little bit of a steep descent. But it was perfectly fine. Nothing outside
Rush through
of
the
regulations.
clouds. The soaring mountains that you fly by.
Helm
Say
control.
like buzz the tower, but this is a hamlet of 24 people. There isn't going to be a traffic control tower.
Buzz the watchtower.
Yeah, spaceport control, which is like over 100, like over 200 kilometers that way. It's like, I mean, yeah, go ahead. We told you could. Someone told you could land there, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't crash.
Zip. And it was what from the flyer?
Probably engines con.
NGCon, yeah.
They tried. Oh my god, there's a lot of them.
The Patrolkas comes down to land. Sensors very easily detect that outside of the hamlet. In the hamlet, there's this group of people, and surrounding the hamlet and a perimeter is a massive security force. And there's a small camp where Sedano is located. You can land anywhere behind this line, basically. So I put you there just to put you there, but you could be closer to his camp or further away if you want. But he doesn't want you landing anywhere closer than where his defense line is. Where would you like to land?
I was
Also,
just
new
told to
scene.
get us down there, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll probably zip.
The ground comes at all of you really quickly. You can see it out the cockpit window, and then it levels off at the nose tucks up for a second, and then poof, comes to a landing.
Almost like this ship is made to be flown like that.
That was by the flight manual for the Delta Flyer, so it's fine.
Well,
I think I'm gonna have to
honestly,
meet whoever designed that flight manual.
you did bring us down in one piece. Now, let's go meet with Mr. Glasses.
I thought it was something stupid, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. So you all begin stepping out of the shuttle. In the wrong song. Try again. This one. So you all disembark, and you see a small, a brace of armed individuals who are holding Type 3 phasers. There's a little covered tent, and you can see the flicker of an of a force field surrounding. So think a canopy like you'd see at a wedding or like an outdoor picnic or something. And on the top it has the logo of the church on it, and then but in the empty space around him, there's a force field sparkling around him, indicating which you would recognize as a sort of temporary environmental shelter. Which he probably doesn't need, but if he was expecting aliens to come, he probably wants to set one up around what appears to be a work table with a small computer. In the distance, you can see from where you've landed. Down in it seems to be a tiny port hamlet. Couple small buildings and one larger, like a grand total of like one large communal building and two smaller work buildings. Even from here, you can see that there are some of the Klingons and some of the Romulans waiting just outside of the hamlet. And you can see minimal movement coming from the hamlet itself. I assume everyone puts on the rebreathers.
Absolutely.
They were not quite that risky.
Like I feel like there's the bravado of like stepping out and then putting on the rebreather.
From Cham, probably, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
that fits Cham.
You know, it's like the rebreather's going on, but like gotta let the air of this planet touch my face real quick first.
He's got a flex.
Yeah, he's got a flex.
As you step out of the shuttle doors, you have your winter jackets on, and then the minute you step out, you're hit by wind, and wow, your face feels very cold. It is intensely cold all of a sudden. You get the feeling you wouldn't want to be out of doors for uncovered for a long time. Like before, it would be just uncomfortable. But if you didn't have your winter clothes on, you would be at risk of mild frostbite inside a half hour. Like the wind chill is insane.
Yeah, Asa grew up in an equatorial environment, so yeah, you see her like shiver and like blow into her hands.
What does the away? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, have you seen Kate? We're not happy.
Lots of tropical environments and savannas. It's like, oh look, a windy alpine world. Yay!
Trolloc would love it here.
Yeah, exactly. I like how we've got characters to be really helpful here in Radov and Thralic, and they're not here.
Yeah.
So what does the away team do?
So Asa's gonna look at Jaishu and say, would you like to take lead talking to him, or would you like me to?
I believe we both can. We can try and between the two of us, decipher the best way to approach this.
That sounds like an agreeable plan.
Can I tell she's the reasonable one in the relationship?
He only has a reason of 8. What do you mean? What's pins?
11.
You he has to rationalize his insanity to himself.
Yeah.
She just doesn't care. She just likes stout men. Anyway, so yeah, you step into the force field. Immediately when you step through the environmental field, the wind dies immediately, and it feels comfortably warm in here. Well, it feels cool to both of you, but it's not like the wind chill's gone, so it's not nearly as cold. The glasses look up at you, and you can see for a brief second. You can see Jaishu's face appear in his glasses, and then Ace's face appear in his glasses. And you guess he's probably reading your personnel reports. What's publicly available, anyway. But however, he tries to pull them up, but you immediately see big red letters that say "access denied," and he just blinks them both off, and then it turns into other data.
Oh no.
Commander Jaishu, Lieutenant Commander Asa Myra?
Well, they're correct.
Good. So, he folds his arms. You want to talk to the Klingon, I presume?
The Klingon and hopefully the Romulan as well. Maybe we can get some information from either of them.
Due to treaty requirements and obligations, I am lawfully permitting your entry into a investigative area. He looks at the screen, and he looks at his glass. You notice he's distracted by something in his glasses, and you can see there's a slow rolling text. Under the powers invested in me and the eternal friendship between the United Federation of Planets and the God-fearing people of Pinnacle, may you enter in peace and speak with those you must. He blinks, and then the data goes back to normal. They're not beaming. You're not to beam them off this planet. They're not to leave this secure line. If they do, they will be fired upon. If they are removed from the planet by beam, they'll be considered an act of war. Otherwise, you are free to enter the hamlet and talk to them all you want. I can't legally stop you. Good day, Commander, Lieutenant Commander.
Let's guide you, sir. And Ace is going to do a Bajoran bow to him.
We do not intend to cause any issues. If anything, we would like to solve this as amicably as possible so that we, either later on or at a further stage, could speak with your governing body on further issues. But for now, let's try to remove some pressure from your job.
He spends an extra moment staring at Aza. You notice he is kind of. He does. Eventually, he does look over at Jaishu and nods at her. We shall see how helpful you are, Starfleet. Good day.
Yeah, Aza's like doing a thing she's very good at, which is to like lightly smile at someone, but like the expression of her eyes is like she's glaring at them because, mixed feelings about this man.
Well, Lieutenant Commander, should we speak to the Klingons first or the Romulans?
Well, there are two of us and two of them, so we could take one each.
Very well. If you wish, I can take the Klingons, and if Lieutenant Cham comes with me, he's had dealings with them as a liaison. He would prove most helpful.
It'd be a great idea. She's gonna, like, as she's talking, she wants to like wave over Ven, like to not speak to him, but to motion with her arms for him to come over.
And yeah.
Ensign, I am not.
Yes.
I am not ordering you to do anything. Just keep all senses open.
Okay.
Then immediately, due to your proximity to Sedano,
Oh, is he
you
still
feel
standing right there?
yeah, he's inside his little tent. Like he isn't leaving it.
Okay.
He doesn't like the wind chill any more than you do.
Oh, he's not privy to the conversation, is what I meant.
Oh yeah, I imagine you could step
Okay.
away into the cold
Okay.
and talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
But
not
Ven's a
gonna
lot
say,
closer
"Please
to the
spy
guy
on our
now.
allies for us."
Ven, you can sense that Sedano is you feel a shiftiness about him, like his mind is on edge and ready to pivot on a moment's notice. Which is odd for a law enforcement person. You're not used to that feeling. But then again, maybe that's normal for Pinnacleites. It's something you know. What does the away team do?
split the party.
So Trio's going to go quickly back inside the shuttle and make sure she's got a pad with the data they have on the ship they found. Because that
wise.
seems relevant. Yeah. So just saying that ahead of time. She's getting that, and then she's following, I guess, Asa and Ben. Holding that. That seems important to have.
Yeah, I'll take Lieutenant Cham with me, and more than likely if Arlen wishes to follow with this group.
Yeah, I'll follow with the Klingon delegation. I'm a little more comfortable with them. At least with Klingons, you know which direction the knife's coming from.
Very true.
Which group do you wish to resolve first, folks? Because you're basically having these conversations simultaneously.
Do I need to flip a coin for y'all? Like what?
Okay,
Let's do
go
Klingons
with
first.
Asa.
Okay.
All right then.
Asa
Before
then into... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, before Isa goes up and talks to the Romulans, she's just going to like do a breathing exercise and then like wave her hand across her face and try to like steal her face to like not reveal any of her emotions. Could I make an advantage that I'm like oh, what do you call it, like a poker face?
Fitness or presence command, difficulty 2.
He's trying to mimic Rylov. I love it.
You're the one Romulan she knows.
There's 2 on the ship.
And actually,
It
for
was
2
3.
momentum, I'll let you borrow from that experience and reduce the difficulty by 1, as you're mimicking the Rylov's stone Romulan phase.
Sure, but why not? If just because that's interesting.
It is funny, yeah.
This is the value of having read all of your psych reports. I know how to make myself tick like you. All right.
Can I actually roll an assist from Rylov and it's not even like an intentional one?
Sure.
Okay.
I was like, thematically, this sounds fun, so I hope you'll let me do it.
A focus in meditation.
His inscrutableness is inspiring. And it seems
rubs
to
off
be
on you for a while.
Is a focus in meditation good or too far?
Oh yes, I'll take that, sure.
Awesome.
Especially given the way you set yourself up.
All right. You only have 18 threat. What's one more?
Exactly.
No.
There you go.
Take a breath. And embrace an inscrutable... You adopt an inscrutable... Not only inscrutable posture, inscrutable face, but an inscrutable mind. Or do you? Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I adopt the appearance of such.
Yes. The
And-
the
Go ahead.
Romulans that when you approach, the Romulans they do have pistols at their hips. They haven't drawn them, but you can tell there's a tension about them. But as you approach, they look at your uniforms, and then they let you go by, as they're not worried about it's obvious you guys aren't the ones who will attack them. Starfleet isn't about to go murdering Romulans on some alien world. It's like, yeah, you're not going to kill us.
Where are we?
So their ship is not here, but they just have like a camp here.
No, there's not even a camp. It's just 4 people just standing outside of a hamlet, and it looks like they want to leave, but there's this mass amount of people waiting outside the hamlet.
They have a
Do they
scout
at
ship
least
and all
have a tent?
No, they are
don't?
they're very warmly dressed. Although the leader of the group kind of waves you over to the actually no he doesn't. I just remember what's happening. No, he does not have any shelter of any kind. He's just wrapped up. Very with a big jacket, his the parka hood kind of pulled up. On a glance, you can tell these people have been out here for a while. If the wind gets any harder than this, or if it turns into a full-blown snowstorm, or windstorm, they're gonna start suffering frostbite despite the clothing. Then again, so
Yeah.
would you.
Yeah, this is when we start talking about like the humane treatment of prisoners, and you can't be friends with the Federation if you do things like this.
Yeah.
Presently.
Yeah, she's just gonna walk up, straight posture, steel faced, and say, "Greetings. I am Counselor Asa, or Lieutenant Commander Asa of Starfleet. I have been sent here to serve as part of a mediation team between the disputing parties."
What ship would you be from? They don't have a Starfleet installation here on this backward world.
Oh, we came from the U.S.S. Oh no, we came from the U.S.S. Patroclus, which is from Narendra Station.
Have you? And who is in your entourage, Lieutenant Commander?
This is Ensign Ben, and this is Ensign Satrira.
A half-breed and a cat. Wonderful.
Look, there's something that I've been reminded of more than once today, and that is that respect is a two-way street. When someone offers you a handshake, she's just gonna like motion with her hands. Anyways, I am here to hear your side of the story.
Are you now? Well then, it'll hurt me little to humor you. I am Captain Dahamov.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
these...
she's gonna pull out a pad and start writing. Captain Dahamov of...
He smirks. He eyes you for a second. The trade ship Bakar.
When he eyes her, she's gonna, break character a bit and give him a smile, because she is the hapless, friendly Federation Starfleet officer.
Yeah. I am here on a trade mission as ordered by the Senate to attempt to secure deuterium for the various citizens under our care. And it would seem that these fools have managed to poison themselves and killed some of their residents with whatever fool nonsense they've done to themselves, and are blaming us for it. It is not our fault, even the Klingons' fault, that they poisoned their own world.
What is your relationship with the Klingon, then?
We are rivals for the same contract. The amount of deuterium that either of us would require would rob the other of similar ends. I think the Klingon assumed he was gonna win because you're so friendly with each other, him and the Federation, I mean. But sometimes the better deal is the better deal. Wouldn't you agree, Counselor?
Sure, I would agree to the general principle that a better deal is in fact a better deal. I am aware of the concept of a tautology.
Leave it to Bajoran to see the truth of words, or the lies in them anyway. Cardassians have trained you well in such things, I suppose.
Yeah, this is where Steelface comes into play.
Yeah. That's where you don't let that cut you.
Mm-hmm.
Visibly.
Yeah, next up he's gonna start talking about civilizing mission.
Give me presence command
It
difficulty
took me a
2.
moment. Wow.
Okay, presence command. Ooh, phone meditation again?
Sure.
Okay.
And of course, while Aza's doing all of this and keeping Damov talking, what's the vibe I'm... You know what? What's the vibe I'm getting? Not off of him, but off of... like, can I make out it from one of these other Romulans, like, who maybe his second in command is?
Insight command diff 2.
One with less chevrons.
I'm gonna spend a momentum towards this.
I feel like Romulans would
Self-commander.
intentionally make like their rank scheme like convoluted. That way, like other people can't figure it out quickly. No. The guy with 4 chevrons is outranked by the guy with 2 chevrons, but neither of them outrank the guy with 3 chevrons.
From a distance, it kind of just looks like a single bar. I'm not gonna lie. So you have to kind of be close to tell what it actually is.
It's like written on the bar. Although for Romulans, it's like, oh, the color of his jacket lets me know. What?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a certain color. Why would I? How can you see that? Because I'm Romulan.
You see, it's like each bar has the word "under" written on it, so it's like under crewman.
Mm-hmm.
It would
Well,
be
like-
this. Actually, it would be
Okay.
that one. Sorry, I got that
Um,
wrong. It would be
I'm
be the one closest to the
focusing
front. This one.
my Mental, like I'm focusing my reading on that, not Damov himself, but whoever his second in command, because Damov is gonna be, playing very stoic, measuring his thoughts. Case the telepath in the room is trying to read him, I might have an easier time with the second.
What questions do you wish to
He's
ask as
not
you
currently-
as you feel them out?
Are they just like, I'm trying to determine if they're just stalling, like if they're just if they have an ulterior motive for drawing this out.
I'm gonna hand you back that momentum because all Romulans have ulterior motives.
Yeah.
That wouldn't help you if
Oh,
I said
I'm-
yes, because that would be true of most Romulans.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood that this was okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood that this was you successfully giving me the okay.
Your role was to determine
Hang
who was the second command. It's like, oh, it's that person, all right. You can ask questions because you did ding them. So
Okay. They seem at all concerned that Aza might find something.
for momentum, will answer.
Wait. I'm gonna roll my
Untapped.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's just gonna be a
No,
out of our.
they're not worried about you uncovering something beyond the normal stuff, but nothing that's strategically important.
Okay. Noted.
Aza, you have your presence command diff 2 looming.
Yep. Sorry, just wanted to let him go first.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to.
You did nothing wrong. I've been talking for a while now.
Wanted to get a read on that.
Not a bad
Presence
read.
command. Focus in meditation.
Yes.
Okay. Can I, because I got that advantage, can I lower the difficulty?
Ryloff can assist you
Okay.
because of it.
That's cool because I've read all the different accounts he's written about dealing with Romulans and their needling.
Why would I answer
What's that?
straight when I can answer accurately? What? What? I had to read a book to figure out what you meant by that.
One
And
momentum.
it's also a Romulan's always right even when they're wrong is probably relevant.
2 + 2 is 4 when I say it is. What? That's how mathematics works. Who says I'm talking about mathematics?
Yeah.
Wait a
It's
second,
probably
no,
a
no,
cultural
this-
thing of you
this-
cannot be wrong.
Wait, is this just there are 4 lights, but with more step?
It's an entire culture of gaslight gatekeep crawl bosses.
Delhamov smirks, takes something, unlatches something off his belt, like and for a half second you think he's unlatching something, but in fact he's like opening a pouch that's hidden in his belt. He grabs something and then he casually underhand tosses it to you, like into your chest. You're very close to each other, so you can catch it easily.
Okay.
And it seems to be a what appears to be when it kind of lands at you. It takes a half second, but anyone who's spent any amount of time in space and in weird environments knows what one of these are. It's a Romulan version, but it's the same difference. It's a warming pad. You keep it between, you press a button, and you hold it between your hands, keep your hands warm.
Yeah. She is going to do another small head bow, in recognition of his gift, and begin warming up her hands. Listen.
I am telling you, counselor.
Mhm.
My job here requires successful trade on behalf of the Republic and the Empire. Killing a bunch of yokels on a dock endangers that mission. I don't know what that inspector thinks is going on, but I'm not the one killing people around here. I'm not even sure Sipgita's behind this, much as I want to blame them.
I understand, Captain. Look. Bajorans are much more frank people than the Romulans, and to put it bluntly, I can smell something incorrect is afoot here, and make no mistake, we will get to the bottom of it. I would hate to see your people suffer for a misunderstanding.
For once, despite the uniform, I think I'll believe you.
She's
Meanwhile,
gonna smile at him and say, well, the Cardassians did teach me well.
the scene cuts over as Dahav laughs, like he's having a great old time. He likes this Bajoran. Meanwhile, Jaishu, Arlen, and Cham walk up to the Klingons. The Klingons at first bar your way.
Okay, these are
Takosta-
Sipkita Klingons. Some of them might recognize me.
Are they
Specifically to Telpok. So probably not.
Ah,
If there's Sapita.
Um,
unfortunate.
each of you roll for me 2d20.
Telpok and Sapita like each other, so.
Yeah.
Oh hey.
20.
Come on, Jam.
Well, I'm going to be rolling shit rep later on. I've just used it in these 2 dice.
Takasa yells some sort of Klingon curse. I'm not quite that inventive, but he is. He shoves his way past them, past the guards who were looking to like bar your way. Don't you idiots
Visibly
see who
shrinks
those
one of them.
two are? This is Commander Jeshu of the Achilles and Cham of the Achilles. You damn... And various cursing ensues. They look at each other. One of them looks confused at the other two. The other two have an oh shit face, like, oh whoops. We did something we weren't supposed to do. The other one's just completely oblivious. He's like, I don't know why he's mad at us. What the hell's an Achilles? What does ankles have to do with it? I don't...
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. We're here at your request to help with this situation.
Oh, damn time Starfleet sent someone, well, anyone, capable. These Pinnacleites think I'm murdering people. And if I was going to murder people, I would do it with my knife, not with, well, come here. He starts marching into town.
She'll
Okay.
follow.
The guards kind
Follow
of,
his lead.
I guess we'll let you by. I guess that's what's happening now.
He shrank when you did that.
As he should. The dishonor he's visited on his house. Anyway. Some of the guards close the distance briefly. Klingons move up a little bit. And then the two sides kind of stop there. The Romulans kind of, in the Romulan group, some of these Romulans start eyeing this side, but none of them approach. When you enter into the town, into the town, that's a strong word. You enter into not the main habitary building, but one of the outbuildings. He walks up, he presses a few keys on one of the pads, and it opens up. And you see something horrendous. You see what looks like it was once humanoid. But it lacks the form of one, but it does have all the respective ingredients. All puddled on the floor, frozen in place. Klingons don't kill like this.
I agree. Does this look like a transporter accident?
Reason. Oh, sorry. Wait, you have an engineering tricorder. What am I doing?
I do have an engineering tricorder.
Reason plus engineering. Difficulty of 3.
Technical insight? Or... Yeah.
Oh, or it might color your answer. That's why it's important.
Possibly sabotage? If someone sabotaged the system, would it look like this?
Technical insight I'll take.
Yeah, that was a stretch. I don't think any way traits. Lateral thinker. Thinking outside the box.
Not for this particular problem.
And of course, reckless.
Nah, I see no reason to pick on you.
I'm gonna recklessly scan it and tap with my foot.
I'm gonna lick it. No, don't lick the biology. Bad. Anyway.
In biology, a science licks you. Take a threat.
Certainly.
I can't redline my tricorder. How much fun that would be.
You could. You just wouldn't have a tricorder anymore.
This is diff 3. 2 more threat. Let's roll 4 dice. And bold. Yeah, we got it.
You are certain transporters had nothing to do with this. You even account for the fact that the people of Pinnacle have transporter technology. It's different than Federation or Klingon or Romulan. You even check for that just to cover your bases. And it's like, no, you check Romulan, nah. Klingon, nah. You even check temporal, because who knows, right? No.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with
Especially these
tricorder.
days.
Nothing to do with transporters is involved here.
Whatever this isn't in a transporter thing.
Takasa, did this happen while both parties were in the hamlet?
Yes, we're having a spirited discussion about the best way to trade deuterium. And then next thing we know, there's loud shouting, lots of heavy clubs. We had to break a skull or two. And then the lawkeeper arrived, and we've been stuck in this little hole since. Much as I would love to go to Stovacor, I don't want to go to it over a murder I didn't do.
Did anything appear strange or different leading up to the event?
It's a little warm, I guess.
How quickly did the lawkeeper arrive?
Um, uh, takes out a pad, starts typing on it. Oh wait, since that happened, it was 3 days ago, but no, it was oh, 5 hours. 5 hours later. 5 of Starfleet standard hours, not planet hours.
GM, does that sound... Well, would Jaishu know, considering she read up on the planet, that that's a average, a quicker delayed response?
Reason security difficulty 2. 1 because you have the relevant data.
Focus in Starfleet protocols.
At complication because he doesn't follow Starfleet protocols, he follows Pinnacle protocols.
I mean, it
But
doesn't
maybe
matter.
they're similar.
I have a security one.
Huh.
Does
Take 3.
Certainly. You got it. That seems a bit slow, actually. But then again, this is a small hamlet away from any of the major churches. So when you think about it, this probably isn't a devout town. So could the lawkeeper have gotten here inside he could have gotten here inside of 30 minutes. Like subspace phone call, oh god, someone's murdered. Get the guys, we beam over there, and we're here. Like that should take him at most 30 minutes to do this, if not shorter. But he took hours, which means either he was prevented from doing it, or he chose to delay on purpose, out of like who cares about the non-believers sort of attitude.
Okay.
So it's a bit long. It shouldn't have taken them that long. To give you an example, Starfleet could have been here inside of 5 minutes, from phone call to getting to a pad. Like just sprint, everyone grab something, 5-10 minutes, sprint to the nearest pad, beam over to where you need to be. We're here. What's wrong? Or we'll have someone in orbit beam down. Like, what's wrong? Who's hurt? Yeah.
And there's we can look into certain aspects once we meet with our other party that's talking to the Romulans. We're trying to gather as much information as we can so we can resolve this for yourself and all involved.
Good. Get the stupid lawkeeper from trying to pin this on us.
But is there anything else at all you can think of that may have struck you as weird, or if not, that's fine. But
Not really, no.
Lieutenant Allen, Lieutenant Jam, is there anything you would like to ask Casa?
He presses some buttons and lets the door close. Kind of just steps away from the outbuilding.
How'd your whole blockade here end up happening?
Well, Sedano comes in, that lawkeeper. Brings all his men, says he's arresting us. He's going to take us in before some tribunal or another. I told him not a day on this planet. Then I mentioned how much his mother loves Targs. One of his men took offense to that. I broke his nose. Fighting ensued. And they ran away. Well, they retreated to a defensive line and got the rifles.
So they ran away.
He nods. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend something is not, but they have encircled us, and I did think about swimming in the water, but it gets real cold in there, so no thanks.
Yeah, only an Andorian's gonna love that water.
Oh, I'm on charges for assaulting a lawkeeper. Even though I didn't hit him, I hit one of his lackeys or whatever, so.
I mean, that's probably something we could clear. We just have to get this whole murder thing dealt with.
Yeah.
Let's one thing at a time, shall we?
I mean, it's only 3 people dead.
That guy, and who's the other 2?
Yeah, there's 2 others.
Same place?
No, they're in the building over there.
Same time.
Around the same time, I guess. Well, no. I think it happened after the lawkeeper got here. The other 2, I mean. The first one was that one. That's what got him here. The other 2 happened after.
Huh. Thanks.
Well, if there's nothing else, we can have a quick look around the hamlet, then we'll meet up with our other party.
You sure you just want to help us fight it out? I mean,
that doesn't help us or yourself, especially if you're trying to trade.
Fine. He looks less angry and just disappointed. Like he really wanted to fight today. I mean, he still does, but you know, he has 3 guys against a much larger force.
But yeah, I'll lead my 2 followers into the actual hamlet, and we'll try and investigate, see if we can get any clues.
It's at this moment, Aza notices Jaishu has gotten to her part of the conversation with her group, and notices Jaishu and company are starting to approach the main outbuilding, the main habitable building, rather.
Hey, Dahamov, one more thing before I leave. She will hand him back the hand warmer if he takes it.
He takes it and puts his hands in it immediately. Which you actually read when you think about it. It's a mildly romantic gesture.
Oh. Okay. Asa looks a little bit puzzled at that. Captain, would it be helpful for you and the quality of life of your men if we could get a tent or some sort of temporary structure set up so that you are not in this blasted cold, as it were?
I would greatly appreciate any assistance you could provide?
Okay.
Ben, you get irritation off the second in command, like a sense of, do we have time for this?
I'm
Because
not.
they can overhear the conversation. It's like, oh my god, dude, seriously, right now?
Wait, I'm not with them, am I?
Yeah, you've been with Asa the whole time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally blanked on where we moved back to Asa.
Yeah.
What was it that I got
Oh.
from the second in command?
That she's thoroughly irritated at Dahamov's flirting with Asa, in the sense of, do we have time for this? Like, really? Now? You're gonna do this now? All right, sure, whatever. Not like we're fighting for our lives or anything. That's great.
And since Atrira, would there happen to be a tent in the Patroclus for them?
It's aimed at you, Ryloff, I believe.
Ah.
Location.
I'm amazing. I don't think so, unless I'm mistaken. It doesn't have extensive cargo, whatever the hell the other thing is. Unless I can replicate one in the back.
Then I know how to solve this problem. She's going to tap her communicator and inform Jaishu that she will meet with her in a second, and she's going to go back to Mr. Glasses.
Okay. Susanna looks up at you.
Hi.
Hello. Are you done?
Not quite. From the looks of it, respect is a two-way street.
It's not you personally. I just don't like Starfleet nosing into my investigation. Sorry for being rude.
Oh, you don't look. I know what it feels like to have your planetary autonomy trampled over by the much larger superpower. It's not pleasant, but look, I'm just here to do my job. There are 4 Romulans out there from a very warm planet who are clearly freezing, and as a medical professional, I assess the risk of frostbite is quite high. You have tents, I have to assume. Could you please provide them with one?
He looks up. Taps his glasses, and I'll be right back. One moment.
As he leaves the tent and never to return. No tents for you.
I asked this guy if he could follow like the Geneva Convention on the treatment of POWs, and he vanishes.
They're not prisoners
Well,
yet.
see, they're not gonna give any present tense.
Oh god damn it. Took me a second.
I am back. So Sedano looks up, taps his glasses. He stares over in the Raman's direction, taps at his computer. And you see a box materialize next to him. You can have one of your officers walk that out to them. They can, if they know how to deploy a shelter, just unfold it, turn on the energy. I had forgotten Romulans aren't used to our weather.
That's mighty kind of you. You are quite an amazing host, and she will pick that up and bring that back to the Romulans.
And they're able to open it up, and it's basically, it's a very simple, it's almost like setting up the transport enhancers. Just pull up the poles, turn them on. It's very simple. And they all they very quickly which in a somewhat uncharacteristically un-Romulan sense, they kind of drop the pretense of trying to be tough and stuff and immediately try to get into the tent and start turning it on, and then they adopt their defensive postures again in the confines of the tent. It's a little crowded because it's not meant for like for people to hang out there for a long time. It's meant for like as a little command tent to be outside briefly, but it's enough to give them cover.
Yeah, Ace is huddled in a cold hill with nothing but a small campfire to keep her warm. She knows the feeling.
Yeah.
So once that's done, I will go rally the team and let's go meet with Commander Dryshoe.
Moving them here for convenience sake. Yeah, the two groups meet up with each other just outside the main habitable building.
Lieutenant Commander?
Commander, I had quite a productive conversation with one Captain Dahamov of the Romulan Star Navy. Did you have luck with the Klingons?
Yes, they showed us what had happened to the dead people.
Over here! I'll give you a stabbing! The guards do not respond to Tokasa's provocations.
But yes, they still happen to be Klingon. I don't believe it was the Klingons that did it. Do you believe it to be the Romulans?
I can't imagine as such. Dahamov informed me plainly that he was a representative of a trade location to Pinnacle, and that he and the Klingon were bidding on deuterium. I can't imagine that murdering locals would get them anywhere in a trade negotiation. Now, he could be lying about his stated mission, but I did not get that impression.
Or it could be the
and
locals trying to throw shade on us outsiders.
yeah, and that's another. I got a really weird vibe off of the person last there.
How so?
Something shifty. Like he has something else going on.
Well, I would say they're Romulan, but if it sticks out, it's worth noting. Between this and the cloaked ship in the gas giant, I smell a mystery is afoot.
Well, from what
You
we've
can
learned,
smell a mystery?
Yeah, it's a Bajoran thing.
Yeah. Well, from what
the noses.
The mysteries, and I eat.
Anyways, go ahead.
Well, from what we learned, the response from the... Can you put his name up? I keep forgetting his name.
What?
Sedano, okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you could see it. I just turned on the names. My bad, sorry.
The response from Mr. Sedano was slower than what it could have been. And from the scans that Lieutenant Allen did to the remains, it does not appear that it was a transporter accident. So I was leading my team further into the hamlet to try and glean some clues before we reveal the information of another possible cloaked Romulan vessel.
Also worth noting that Casa said that 2 of the 3 deaths occurred after Peacekeeper here arrived.
So I definitely believe there's information to be gleaned from investigating. But it's possible that it could be from a third or possible fourth outside party.
It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Um,
Well, the Romulans surely feel at home.
I actually found them to be quite unhome. I had to remind Commissioner Sedano that he has to treat his prisoners with respect, and that includes keeping them in a safe temperature. They would have gotten frostbite had I not intervened. Um, I would like to take a closer look at the bodies. But I think continuing our investigation is the best path forward.
Do you approach the habitat building?
Yeah, sure. I think we're all going into town.
Yeah, I'll show Aza and her team where the bodies were first. Then we can split up from there and investigate throughout the hamlet.
That sounds good.
So Trira having no security experience or medical experience, she's got a 1 in both. It's just opting to stay outside.
As you view the body, I'll let you do a reason plus medicine difficulty of 3 to scan the body. Because I presume that's what you wish to do. You wish to examine the body.
Yeah, with my medical tricorder and my non-applicable MD, I'll figure this out.
Tip 2, sorry. Dirt.
Oh, medical tricorder, yeah.
Yeah. You actually have the appropriate tool for this.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure.
You know, I've never seen someone take an autopsy focus, but that probably could be useful. It's, I guess it's a little morbid.
The Achilles is used to making the bodies, not examining them.
Okay.
I mean, it's true.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Yeah, the morgue department handles all those concerns. Diff 2, take a threat.
Actually, I think we've found more bodies than we've made.
Yeah,
We could change that.
we generally try to give people a chance before we turn them into corpses.
Yeah, but there's 2 really big examples of us finding corpses, which are Alcara and the Dust Machine.
That's true.
Yeah, but like Akara didn't happen, so like, just don't worry about them. They don't count.
Aza, you are able to discern
Mhm.
that it's not a patient anymore because they're dead. The subject was exposed to a high intensity targeted burst of gamma radiation.
Well, that'll do it.
Okay.
And suddenly it feels very, very warm.
GM,
Well, that's
no.
not good.
I'm glad I stayed outside. Unless I'm feeling warm outside as well.
Oh, you're all feeling warm. Some of the
Oh,
Ramas even step outside of their cover because they don't need to be inside anymore. It's too warm in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Unzipping the lower deck's double-breasted jacket.
Fitness. As the scene is about to end, and the to be continued crawl comes up shortly, so keep that in mind.
Uh-huh. That's
Fitness
here.
medicine difficulty of 5.
Oh.
For everyone?
Well, how many of
Yep.
us are going to be dead next episode?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
yes.
9.
That's not a number.
Corby, are you doing gamma ray burst?
Boop,
Are you doing gamma ray burst before me?
boop, boop,
I've been
boop.
waiting to do a gamma ray burst. How dare
Industrial
you?
gamma ray burst.
Be
I've-
quiet, you.
I've got a 13 as Jaishu.
I have.
Fine, I'll make mine a blazar.
I have an
Satrira has
11.
10.
Yeah, I have an 11 too.
Satrira has a 10.
Do you want me to try
That's
and...
very good.
I also have an 11. This isn't help.
All right. Do
Don't
you
you-
want to just try and generate
Yeah,
momentum?
I'll try and generate
issue?
some.
Sounds like a plan.
Wait.
I'm dead.
Focus and fitness.
You have a focus in fitness.
Jaishu
Huh.
does.
Sure.
I mean, she's got musical instruments. Is that going to help?
No. That's a different adventure.
No shit.
Uh,
I'll give you a full minute just so I can try and generate some for the group. I mean, it's only a medicine of 2, but still, it's...
that's
Holy
a pretty
fudgy
good
muffins.
roll. Like, that's really good.
Yeah, considering those first twos are within the fucking crit range, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay then.
Aishu has the temporary trait of irradiated. Otherwise, she's fine.
Oh no.
Fuck you.
Well, I
Let's
mean, I've
go-
gotten
go.
11, so who wants to go next?
Uh,
I don't have a determination.
I have a 9. I'm
Um,
dead, dude.
I think I can.
I might.
I think I can do this okay.
Or yeah, actually, yeah, Aza should.
All right.
Unless... GM, I might have a stupid idea.
Quickly.
Quickly, can I notice that we're reaching a radiation spike, and could I jerry rig a gamma radiation shielding around the crew? Just recognize the
Unfortunately,
situation and go, oh shit.
unfortunately, no, because he wasn't in the midst of scanning or anything like that, and you're not in an
Okay.
Eva suit.
All right.
Yeah, because you want...
Definitely a great follow up though, because that could happen more than once.
Hey. All right. Trait, veteran of 2 wars. I'm very hardy and I know how to withstand these things.
Yeah,
Either that
you
or worldly.
I will take veteran of 2 wars as the minute it gets warm, Aza just seems to instinctually know she needs to get metal between her and whatever else is around her. So she actually, she even just goes into the outbuilding and immediately begins shutting the door.
It's yeah, it's made of lead, which is what you want.
I mean, unfortunately, it's gamma rays, but she doesn't know that. She's trying. It's helping. It's better. It's better than nothing.
Does lead not counter gamma rays? Oh, my high school chemistry teacher would be so disappointed in me. Oh god, it's a medicine
That's how
roll.
thick it is, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to press that button.
Just one die.
You get 1 hit. Okay, so no, I'm just kidding.
Okay, just ignore that.
I
Okay.
will.
I'm gonna spend 1 threat to trigger bolt, and then 2 momentum, 3 momentum to roll 4 dice. Wait, no, 5 momentum to roll 5 dice. Uh-oh.
I'd probably determination before the bold.
Yeah. All right. Determination.
Yeah, it's.
Oh God.
I mean,
Sometimes you flirt, sometimes you die, sometimes both at once.
Sometimes flirting
Okay,
leads to dying.
I mean, occasionally.
I actually think I can spin a value here. I have the value go with your gut, right?
True, you do have that.
Well, okay, so here's my thought is that like Asa realizes, oh shit, is this a radiation thing? And then she's able to like head inside the lead lined building and then go into a basement or something. So that she like instantly knows what to do because it's like a gut reaction.
I'd take that, yeah.
Sure. Okay, well, I'm gonna roll 4 dice. Oh dear Lord.
Oh, you do
All
have
right.
1 reroll.
Okay. Can I got my determination back, so can I re-roll those 2 zeros, those 2 comps?
You can, yeah.
Guardian of the Temple is with you.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's better. We're still rocking a
1
3.
reroll.
Okay. Now here's the 1 reroll. Okay. Well, that's all I got.
Here comes the damage. Because you
Oh,
two are
oh,
getting.
oh.
Oh,
Luckily I have 3 copies of the metal that halves damage, so we're good.
noted.
Say that. You say that before we dealt the amount of dice. That's not very many dice.
Oh, don't worry. I'll explain those dice in a moment.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it.
Probably like Vicious 6 or some bullshit.
Vicious 6 would really be bullshit.
It would also be exactly what I expect.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 damage.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to avoid an injury,
Mhm.
would be 8 resources.
Okay.
That's a lot.
So if I activate the Declaration of Gallantry, that cuts the damage down to 4, right?
If it's currently 8, then yeah, I would have it.
It would, and then I could increase it to 10 while I'm at it.
All right. Well, can I activate my other copy of the Declaration of Gallantry again?
Sadly, you can, yeah, which halves the 5 down to like 3 or 2.
Yeah.
Well, it would have 10 down to 5, right?
10 down to 5, and then 5, and then you're having again. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 3 damage.
Yeah.
3
Okay.
whole damage.
I mean, he
However
could
will you
also.
survive?
All of his threat on you.
Yeah, you could also just spend threat to put it back up to 5, and you just spend again and take it down to 3.
Nah, I wanted to poke it at least once, but I was like, nah, I'm not doing that again. I don't have that much threat.
This
Yeah,
is what
that's fair.
happens when it's like the only thing you had, like the justification and rep to spend on. Asa is very gallant, gallant, but nothing else.
It's saving her neck right now.
I am going to spend a momentum. Chemistry focus.
At comp increase. Kind of a stretch.
I'll just leave it. I'll leave it. I'm not gonna increase my comp. For another time. Good, but not.
So taking that on the chin.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Rerolling whiffs. One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 stress, and it costs 4 to avoid.
Decoration of.
Declaration of bloody gallantry.
Your new favorite medal.
All right. That
All
was
right.
Jaishu, Aza, Van.
Do we
One
want to
of
get
the
our last
last crew
PC
probably
in
dies
here?
here.
Do we
I mean,
want let
Cham's not looking great either, honestly.
I'm not looking great unless I pull something out of where the sun don't shine. I'm gonna have to jury rig something real quick.
I mean, go for it. I mean, you have a PC, so I think you have higher chances probably just based off of that. Like you have more resources.
I have some resources. Okay.
I mean, I literally only
medical
have
folk.
dice.
Is there any way whatsoever I can switch this discipline into engineering in response to sudden radiation leak, knowing the protocols to get out of the way and minimize damage to self and systems?
I would say no. The only reason, even Aza, when she responded, her character guessed by instinct that warmth meant radiation. And she happened to know gamma radiation was the cause, and then she ran in. Wait, no, Aza, you said aloud that it was a gamma radiation thing, didn't you?
I believe so.
Oh,
At least
shoot,
I
sorry.
would have said something about it because, be important to let people know.
Sorry, Arlen. Yeah, no. Fitness engineering. Sorry, for some reason I thought there was no way Arlen could have known that information or even guessed it. It's like, oh no, you literally were told. So, duh.
Okay, now I have something of a ghost of a chance
Well, that's
because
good.
I have a medicine of 1.
I will say, Fast
right.
Thinker lets you build stuff within the time limit you have because we're
Okay.
talking seconds.
Yep. All right, so Fast Thinker's letting this happen.
You could use daring instead of fitness because of this, because of Fast Thinker.
I will take that. That's a little better for me. All right. Limit pusher. I'm pushing the limits of what a tricorder is supposed to do.
I don't see how the tricorder helps you because it can't emit anything. It's a scanner.
Okay, fine. Phaser. I'm gonna enter my phaser into a shield.
Okay, that I believe. Yep, limit pusher. So did 4, you have something to emit energy to create a shield, rudimentary as it is.
Lateral thinker, thinking instead of a phaser as a pushing thing, thinking of a phaser as a shielding thingy. It's taking a weapon and turning it into a defensive thing.
Don't argue your way out of it. I was half convincing myself.
Kind of like giving off an electromagnetic pulse to dampen the gamma radiation.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take lateral thinker. I won't reduce the difficulty, but if you do hit it, what you can do is you can shout out how you did it, and other people will spend 2 momentum to establish the shield around themselves.
Okay, I will take that. Let's see. Fast Thinker's already in play. And of course, Reckless.
Comp increase.
Of course. Tinkering focus or emergency repair focus.
Tinkering makes sense.
Oh right. All right. So I need to spend a point of determination. Nothing's perfect. It's actually, how about this? When in doubt, duct tape. I'm not looking for anything easy. I'm just making this work.
Well, that explains reckless. Sure.
And with that, Cochrane Medal of Excellence. I'm going to double my focus range. Oh wait, I have 2 benefits of determination. I misread that. And Starcross doubles the focus range. There we go.
There you go.
All right, so let's have 1 point determination for an automatic hit. Save the other one for a reroll or an advantage. I can apply advantage after the roll, right? Like spend a point of determination to create an advantage on top of the success.
You have to do it before.
Yeah, you can have the advantage appear separate from the roll itself. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Any other talents? I'm not attempting extended test. So Labrac doesn't kick in. I guess I'm just doing bold engineering. Do I have that one?
I like how you said, I'm just doing bold engineering. Like, that's not your entire thing.
That's my entire thing. All right. Citation of conspicuous gallantry. I'm gonna roll 5 challenge dice. See how many threat you get.
Roger. Not all players, just me. There we go.
Oh,
Thank you.
bollocks.
No, I'll take some personal threat.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll take some.
No. Only if you spend them in the other game and you make their lives harder.
100%.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
And away we
That's what
go.
So I think the other game would say no. I disallow this. Okay, fair enough.
right,
Yeah, you're able to quickly establish a shield around yourself.
Bold engineering. Get some extra momentum. Oh, and do any of those? All right, so one of them's doubled, another one's doubled. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Wait, goodness.
On what was it, a diff 4 or 5?
It was a 4. And I miscounted. Yeah, I can only have 4 twos. Okay, so it's 8 and then 9.
It's meant
Of
to.
course.
The phase, you create the shield around yourself, but the phase is basically it's just constantly firing and creating that shield around you.
Yep. I do have another point of determination because of the Medal of Excellence. Could I create the advantage that I could extend this shield to encompass a building or a small
No.
shack that we can all huddle in?
I would
Or
say
just-
no. I wouldn't. I don't think I wouldn't think the type 2 is enough. And besides, you already have the advantage that the other 2 can just forego the roll by spending momentum.
There's an
Okay.
advantage you could do if you're interested.
I'm interested in an advantage.
You could shout out to the people outside, such as the Klingon, the Romulan, and the inhabitants of the planet, what's happening and how to counter it.
For each person you're trying to save, it would cost you 2 resources.
What if you use the Gronkite Order of Tactics? when I'm creating an advantage that represents strategy or tactics, I can create a second identical advantage, and I'm basically strategizing with the rest of the people.
For 2, you could save 2 people instead of just 1. Because you're
Okay.
doubling the advantage.
All right, so
I
let's
will
take
say
the advantage
so.
and double it.
I will say though, here's your dilemma moment. You can save some of the people out here. These are the people who will go down. Everyone else seems to be able to get through it. Or you can use your resources to save everyone in this building. Because these people are out in the open. These people are inside a building, but you can't help both of them. Because you'd have to run over to the comms and be shouting and getting them to do stuff through a comm, or you're shouting out here to these people.
Let's shout to the people outside.
How many people do you wish to try to save? 2, 3,
besides
4,
my
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
besides
11,
as my
12,
crewmates.
13. 13 people total are in danger currently outside.
Because I'm gonna do my crewmates first, Tom and Satira.
Okay, so
Unless
that's
they're
2.
rolling. Okay. And Tahamith and Takasa.
That's fine.
Takasa's fine.
People who don't have an X on them will find ways to survive. You can tell that they're finding cover, or they're doing something
Okay.
similar to what you're already doing. Or Sedano's like reprogramming his little tent. Same with Dahomov. He has a similar idea. Takasa's he's just toughing it out because Klingons. The other Klingons around him are not quite as made of stern stuff as he is.
So I'm saving the NPCs with X's on them.
Yep. So 1, 2,
I'm
3,
closest
4,
to the
5,
Klingons.
6.
Let's save 2 more Klingons.
Yep.
Because they're right there.
You wish to try to save anyone else?
I think that's all I can stretch.
I mean, you probably give it a threat.
You could.
Yeah,
You don't
I'm
have
tapped.
to. Okay.
I'm good.
Arlen starts shouting out orders, getting people to turn on their shields. Some people are able to turn them on. He's like abbreviating a very complex process. Some people are taking cover. Some people are reprogramming their shelters. And that is when Arlen sees some of the people. It gets a lot cooler. And those outside see Arlen being beamed away. As the air is filled with the screams of those who were not so lucky to find shelter, withstand the radiation burst, or get shields. And that is the end of part 1.